Ready on the left, ready on the right. Oh, I do have a blue sheet. Okay. Oh, okay. Not agenda? Yeah. Okay. Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for waiting patiently. All the board members are here, so we're going to start with our public participation, our public testimony. We have people on the blue sheet and a few additional people. We're trying to give everybody an opportunity to speak in this first 30 minutes, so please, I'm going to call your names. Please be prepared to speak for your 3 minutes quickly, and we can get through as many as we can before we start the regular meeting. Michael Gold, Francine Maxwell, Matthew Carlo, Yolanda DeBose, Sally Smith, Mike Price, Bruce McGurr, Yasmin Medinas, Catherine Helsmuth, I think it is, Pat Washington, Matt Spathis, and Lily McMillan. Please come forward and start speaking. 3 minutes.
Hello.
Yes, sir, I hear you.
Okay.
What's your name?
My name is Michael Gold.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you having me here today.
Thank you, audience.
I appreciate you having me here today. My purpose in being here today is to provide, my focus is providing service for children 6 and under. I've given my program up there so you can familiarize yourself with the program. I'm a producer of children program. I'm also a master instructor, so I've been working years on top of years with children. In fact, with children from 2 all the way up to senior citizens. So my agenda is to provide something that will benefit people from all ages. But this program here starts from the ages of, as I said, 6 to and under. My idea is to practice prevention instead of intervention. I'm focused on education of our young children. Okay, I have children. I'm sure many of these people out here have young children. So I figure if my program is focused on that age, we have a better chance to in our educational system that we have now. The program is a free program. I'm wanting to provide the program for the school system. The program, how I make the program work is through sponsors. Okay, so that means the programs that are involved with the school system don't have to pay any money towards this program. My program is provided, is set up to where the sponsors can have their part in being community. I'm making myself community. My main objective is to become the next known philanthropist. So I need your help. See, so I've come to you. My agenda at the end of the day is to provide something for everybody that everybody can benefit from. So, as I said, I wanted to let everybody familiarize yourself with my program right there. It has information. I will also be contacting you after this meeting to have a one-on-one if that's possible with you. So that's my time, and I appreciate you again, once again.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Francine Maxwell, parent of a senior at Morris and a sophomore at Lincoln, understanding that the teachers have been working without a contract for over 18 months. Before you sign it, if you can put a dress code component in there, the parents and the students would really appreciate it. My son came home last night and was horrified. He only has 2 teachers that dress like teachers. The rest of his teaching staff, they don't dress like teachers, and the code right now is just a little bit too vague. Team Unified. Morris is in a 1-year WASC review. The leadership team at Morris has no parents on it, no stakeholders, no community. That points directly to one of the points that the WASC did when they came in their review. I'm asking for this board, I'm inviting you to come to Morris and just walk around, because I'm finding that senior staff won't come unless they get a personal invitation. So I am personally inviting you all to come to Morris and take a walk. We need help. There is a 911 for the accreditation at Morris. I have no rhyme nor reason. I have brand new leadership. They will have a welcoming spirit. Parents, community will begin to feel welcome again, and they will come back. But right now, under the current structure, with the leadership team that is consisting of the members that have always been there, none of them retired, so I don't feel that there's a new focus. Like I said, the WASC is very important to me. The cronyism, I need you to come see it. I have a head counselor that was there with interns all summer. Not one D or F letter went home. So now I have students that have started this year. Yes, they have brand new counselors. Yes, I am allowing time for them to train. But the parents don't know, because there were no D or F letters. There's an urgency. They received their paychecks all summer. There was an urgency to cash them, but they want me to sit back and be patient and wait for the counselors now to learn and wait to run reports on who has D's or F's so that the graduation coach can get her classrooms filled. We had a graduation coach. We knew who ended last year with D's or F. You promoted her to VP and moved her, no problem. The D's or F's still remain on the campus. It's an easy fix. I would like you to make the people work that are cashing their paychecks. That's all I'm asking. I'm tired of hearing that I have to be patient. I don't. My students are failing. My students will not look to that mission statement, because I have all new staff. Love retirement, love the golden handshake. But the new people, I understand. I don't have the patience. I know that this system has a whole bunch of training for them, and even if it's a Saturday that they need training, I need them to hit the floor running. 8-year program improvement, 8 years. It's time. It's time for this board to come to Morris. It's time for this board.
Good afternoon, President Jackson, Board of Education, Superintendent Koba. Matthew Kalal, teacher at Patrick Henry High School. Nice to see you again. Recently, the staff at Patrick Henry was informed that a senior class assembly is going to be taking place in the near future for a very important presentation. It will involve the entire senior class, 650 students. 650 students in one period. The only place to have this assembly is the Patrick Henry Gym. The organization giving the presentation needs 2 class periods before the assembly to set up and the class period after the assembly to tear down, using the gym for 4 of the 6 class periods. On that day, 800 students in physical education will be displaced from their classroom, the gym. We hope there is no rain. There is no other alternative for this assembly, and the wonderful teachers and students of Patrick Henry will do their best to ensure that quality education continues during those 4 class periods. This is a strong, direct example of why having a dedicated place for assembly and auditorium is extremely important to the quality of education. I'm sure that similar situations also occur at Morris High School. I know this because they do not have a dedicated place for assembly. I'm still looking forward to these needed auditoriums for Patrick Henry and Morris to be on an agenda in the near future for 3 reasons. 1, construction costs are about to start rising, and the district can save $1 to $5 million if it moves smartly and quickly. 2, the education of 5,000 current students will benefit from these dedicated places of assembly. And 3, tens of thousands of future students will benefit in their education from having dedicated places of assembly. Now, before you mention about Prop S priorities placed by both campuses, understand that both schools have far more needs than what their allocations will allow. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pat Washington. I live at 4537 Alamo Drive, and I wanted to ask you to help. President Jackson and board members, the issue that I'm bringing before you tonight, I honestly don't know what your scope of authority is, how you can help, but I do know that we've been doing some very powerful work, making sure our students graduating from the school district are eligible and college ready for career, and I believe that it's very vital work. But I also believe that all of our educational institutions have an obligation to prepare our local students for the 21st century. So what is my issue? My issue is San Diego State University has single-handedly decided to close its doors to our local students, claiming impaction, claiming budget crisis, etc. The reality is there are other options for handling the budget crisis. I need to understand why Cal State San Marcos is smarter about how to handle that than our SDSU administrators. Cal State San Marcos is undertaking a plan that puts local students in the region as the first priority. And given the mandate of the CSU system to educate our kids first and foremost, it is beyond my understanding why we would even allow SDSU to embark on getting rid of the guaranteed admission policies for our local students. So I don't know what the separation is between the San Diego Unified School District and San Diego State University, but I do know we have a mutual responsibility to all of our kids. And if there's anything whatsoever you can do, I've given you some information. I've given you a fact sheet that a group of us put together. I've given you just a scant look at some of the different organizations, including the San Diego NAACP, different political groups, civic groups that are standing up and saying this cannot happen. And I'm asking you as a citizen of this community, as someone who knows your commitment to our kids, that you do something and you do something about it before this becomes policy. Thank you for your understanding and your time.
Good evening, board members, President Jackson, Superintendent Koba. My name is Catherine Helmuth, parent of a kindergartner and fourth grader at Doyle Elementary, 5321 Renaissance Avenue, 92122. We need your help. Sunday evening, our PTA president sent around an email to all the parents at the school informing us that we were to lose 4 of our teachers in the lower grades, kindergarten, first and second grade, effective immediately. This would happen over the next couple of weeks. And we, the principal of the school held an emergency meeting this morning and explained to all the parents, there were several board members there, why this was happening. And we understand that the school is undergoing lower enrollment than was expected, as well, and that's as to why this is happening. And then as to why these particular 4 teachers, it turns out that it's a matter of seniority, that these are the 4 teachers who have the least seniority in the school. And while we understand the importance of some of these rules that were actually put in place to protect teachers, we feel as a parent group that we need to revisit and explore some of the options that hopefully are still available to us to try to keep these 4 very, very talented teachers. My son Robert is directly impacted. Should he lose his kindergarten teacher, his class would be completely disbanded and the children would be dispersed among the rest of the kindergarten class. He only just got started. And, it was difficult enough for him to sort of wrap his head around, he was very nervous going into kindergarten. He's adjusted very, very nicely now, in no small part due to this particular teacher. The parents need to find another way. We feel we need to have a voice in how funds are allocated at our site. Please advise us. Do we take a referendum as to what administrative positions we feel we don't need as much as keeping the 4 teachers? Is another possibility to just consider that down the road in January, Doyle Elementary has historically had an increase in enrollment. And that's just the way it's always been, just because of its proximity to UCSC and people coming in to the university for the new semester. We've always historically, had to potentially even add teachers. So, what is the cost savings if we disband 4 entire classrooms now, only to reinstate these teachers or other teachers essentially in January? We just don't think that this is, and then considering 4 classes of kids, this is almost 100 kids who are impacted by this change. We just don't think that it's worthwhile. And if we take into consideration as well that with the budget cuts, we do understand that class sizes have had to go up. The kindergarten classes used to be 20 to 1. This year they're 24 to 1. If we keep the teacher with the low enrollment and redistribute the one class that's low right now, well, let me just finish saying this. We would basically be at the 20 that has been, 20 to 1 that has been the norm for the past, however many years at Doyle Elementary. So please take this into consideration. We want to keep our wonderful teachers. Thank you.
Sally Smith, 3551 Lord Street, San Diego, 92123. There's a need for a system-wide education of San Diego Unified staff to understand that all students are to be provided a free public education. And my suggestion is to follow the lead of the Riverside School District. They, on their website, post on the parent page information about student fees that are legal and student fees that are not allowed. This is the printout on it, and it's right out there for everyone to see so that people understand what parents have to pay for and what parents do not have to pay for. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lily McMillan. I live at 6550 Madrone Avenue, 92114. Before I begin, I want to preface what I'm going to say by saying that I had someone to ask me, are you ready to lose your job? And I said no. Working 14 to 16 hours a day with over 8 to 9 months of sick leave on the books, I don't think I'm ready to lose my job. But I'm hearing some things that are really getting me going because I don't quite understand the meaning of it. And I really do need the board to help me with some of the understanding. I'm hearing this term called maintenance of standards. And I want to know what is maintenance of standards. I want to know also what are the standards that these maintenance of standards are applied to. I want to know, are these standards research-based, and have they been proven over time? I want to also know, where are the students considered within these standards? Do these standards lead to student academic success? Will the standards support ensuring that every teacher is competent and well prepared on a daily basis to implement a very rigorous instructional program on a daily basis and support the needs of the learning of the diverse students in their classrooms? I want to also know, will these standards ensure that, as I stated, that the diverse needs, especially our English learners, which one of our groups that is causing us to be in program improvement at this time, are those needs being met on a daily basis? Will the standards ensure that? I want to also know, will these standards ensure that teachers have the pedagogy, the skills, and the knowledge that is needed in today's classrooms? So before any decisions are made around these maintenance of standards, and as I ponder and I wonder and I read, I for some reason I just cannot come to a full understanding and definition of maintenance of standards. So I'm employing the board because I've seen some decisions made over the last several months that have had to go back and be re-looked at and decisions made over again. So I'm imploring the board to make sure that before you make any decisions around these maintenance of standards, that everyone that's involved in these maintenance of standards have a full understanding, and first and foremost, that these maintenance of standards are going to ensure that every student in every classroom in San Diego Unified has an opportunity to learn. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Price, I'm the principal of University City High School, but I reside at 10243 Thanksgiving Lane, although my wife thinks I live at the school most of the time. Ms. Jackson, Mr. Koba, members of the board, thank you for your time this evening. I don't often come before you to speak, but there's an issue currently under discussion that I believe has the potential to curtail the creativity, the reform efforts, the hard work of teachers, administrators, and parents in providing an up-to-date experience for all of our students. This provision is called the maintenance of standards. I do not think that there's anyone in this auditorium or in the viewing audience who would disagree with the concept of reducing workload of teachers in order for them to concentrate on teaching and learning. Teaching has changed markedly in the last 35 years, and I've been working in city schools. We know more, we demand more, we expect more from every employee, especially from our teachers, and as a district we should be safeguarding the time and energy of our teaching staffs. However, I do not believe this current proposed contract provision is the way to accomplish this goal. Students have been, are, and always should be the central focus of our entire district's work. I'm concerned that any contract provision, regardless of contract, which places a time frame for measurement has the potential of eliminating or reducing effective and efficient intervention strategies for students. San Diego Unified already finds itself hindered in its budget realignment by a maintenance of effort clause in the current IDEA law. This well-intentioned provision designed to guarantee services to students has instead become an impediment to reducing the general fund contribution to special education, even though we've redesigned service models to deliver the same services in a more efficient, cost-effective manner. I encourage you as board members to analyze and review this proposal with open eyes and long-range vision. I, for one, am very glad my San Diego high school teachers were not constrained to the standards of the 1950s. I'm very glad that my son's teachers, and they graduated in the 1990s, were not constrained by the standards of my high school years. I can only hope that we can find another method of dealing with workload issues in order to guarantee the same academic and program freedom for our current and our future students. SDEA, CSEA, and yes, even AASD have as their first priority their memberships in accordance with their own charters. They are by nature representative of adult interests. However, as members of the Board of Education, parents and community members elected you to look out for the best interests of their children. That's an awesome responsibility, and you represent the only group that can totally be focused on children. I encourage you to look long range and to think deeply about the implications of this article for San Diego's children. I think there are other ways to accomplish the goal, and thank you again for your time this afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Jackson, board members, Superintendent Koba. My name is Bruce McGurr. As the director of the state's oldest administrators association and the district's newest union, you may find it ironic that I come before you today to caution against entering into a collective bargaining agreement with another union. Representing all site administrators, AASD has taken a position that a maintenance of standards agreement with SDEA will handcuff the school board, the superintendent, principals, and ultimately teachers by freezing in time past practices. The maintenance of standards agreement will remove from schools the decision-making powers needed to raise student performance and hand them over to an employee organization. Flexibility and creativity will be replaced by rigidity and recalcitrance. No one understands the concept of the full plate better than principals. However, they believe that increasing student achievement will not be accomplished by a maintenance of standards, but by effective leadership. Compare the concept of maintenance of standards with some of the expectations contained in the new principles evaluation. Adapts quickly to changing environments and contexts, creates opportunities, and sets expectations for stakeholder groups to assume meaningful leadership and decision-making roles. Serve as champion for protecting and maximizing instructional time and focus to assure effective learning environments. Creates opportunities for change. Routinely works collaboratively with teachers and staff to assess the impact of research-based programs and interventions on student learning and achievement. I'll close with some excerpts from a 2006 article from CTA's California Educator. When members of the CTA Educational Work Group looked at research from teacher surveys, they got a big surprise. While pay is definitely a consideration, it is the only one. It is not the only one. Teachers react favorably to schools offering smaller class size, adequate supplies, materials, and a highly qualified principal at site. The part about principals shocked us, says CTA board member Larry Carlin, who serves as the work group's liaison. In order to attract and retain good teachers, you need to have good leadership. Teachers want to have an administrator that they are working with, not fighting against. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Jackson, Board, Superintendent Koba. My name is Matt Spathis, parent, 4 children, San Diego Unified. I stand before you today representing the Point Loma Cluster Schools Foundation, which represents 10 schools, 6,000 students in the Point Loma community, a board of over 30 members with an executive committee of 10 members that represent in total all 10 of our cluster schools. I'd like to read you the letter that our board has prepared today. Dear Superintendent and Board, we are writing you today regarding the negotiation of the 3-year extension of the collective bargaining agreement between the San Diego Unified School District and the San Diego Education Association. The 2007 report, Getting Down to the Facts, which was prepared by the California Governor's Committee on Educational Excellence by the University of Southern California, identified characteristics of good governance as stability, accountability, innovation, flexibility, responsiveness, transparency, openness, and efficiency. We think these are all good operating guidelines for 21st century governance. Over $2 billion of taxpayer costs are currently being negotiated for the proposed 3-year extension. We would like to ask the San Diego Unified School District to immediately implement a policy of real-time transparency for this negotiating process. As you know, the San Diego Unified was providing public with negotiating updates through November 2008. For some reason, these have stopped. The communication to the public has essentially gone dark. Several areas can be considered to enhance the transparency of this process, to include the preparation of the summary of the existing agreement, posting status information on the San Diego Unified website, webcasting negotiating sessions, adding a parent to the negotiating team, etc. Further, we are interested in the Fordham report findings. The Leadership Limbo report, which was prepared by the Fordham Institute in 2008, is attached, and I will give you a copy of the attached. Ranked San Diego Unified 48th out of 50 when comparing the 50 largest urban school districts, and graded it as highly restrictive, the lowest rating possible for compensation, personnel policies, and work rules. Quote, San Diego is one of the least principal-friendly environments in this study, giving school leaders little flexibility to assemble and lead strong teams. Even in its strongest category of compensation, it ranks below the majority of districts in this study. We understand this is just one report, but we welcome to begin the dialogue to stimulate this kind of discussion. We believe parents and stakeholders want to be informed and they want to be engaged. And that would include teachers as well. I can't tell you how many parents and teachers that I run into that really have no idea of what's included in the collective bargaining agreement. We urge this board to immediately implement a real-time policy of transparency and communication for these collective bargaining agreement discussions. Thank you all for your continued leadership. As a side note, I would like to just make one personal comment that's not board related to the maintenance of standards language. You all have laid forth a great transformation infrastructure for San Diego Unified. In 2 schools that I've sampled, if I could just have 10 more seconds, please.
Finish your thought, please.
2 schools that I've sampled, close to 10% of that student population are taking courses online with a physical instructor and a digital instructor. Teachers have told me it's saved them 50% of their time inventing lesson plans and manually correcting assessments. This is a great foundation that this board has laid forth for the district, and I would urge you, when considering maintenance standards language, that you're going to have to consider the transformation component and 21st century for education. Thank you very much.
Okay. The Navy ROTC from Sarah High School will present the colors. I would ask you to please stand as they come in. Thank you.
Hard time. Order. Hush. Hey. Cut. Hurry. Hush. Hey. Cut. Present. Hush.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Carry. Hey. Cut. Order. Cut.
Thank you. Please take your seats. Good afternoon. I'm Sheila Jackson, President of the Board. I would like to welcome all present today and call the September 29, 2009 regular meeting to order with all board members present. We hope that the discussions and decisions you observe today will give you a better understanding and appreciation of the important part you play in setting the course of the San Diego Unified School District. Agendas for today's meeting are available at both entryways to the auditorium at the informational desk located near the press table and at the internet on www.sandy.net. In addition to the broadcast of our meeting on ITV and the live webcast, we're using Board Docs, the web-based program to enhance governance, reduce the amount of paper we generate, and provide for better communication with the public. The board requests those individuals with pagers and cell phones please turn them off or place them on the silent mode while you're in the auditorium, and that during the meeting, please leave from either the exit at the back or to my left. The board asks your operation in complying with the fire code, which does not allow for people standing in the back of the room. So if you're standing in the back of the room, please have a seat. I saw you all run back there, but you got to go. Thank you very much. That's why I was hesitating. So thank you. The board welcomes your comment in writing and during public testimony. Public testimony forms are located on the tables to my right, inside the front and back entrances to the auditorium. The board asks that speakers focus their comments on issues and not on individuals. Except the public testimony requests are closed as each agenda item is called and our discussion begins. Board members and the superintendent are interested in your comments, and staff will be responding to the issues we hear today. If you wish to address the board today, your name is not on the blue sheet, and you have not submitted a request form, please submit one now to Ms. Ward. Speaker on agenda items will be called to speak during the discussion of the agenda item. Agenda item testimony is a maximum of 20 minutes per consent and or action item, allowing for 10 minutes per opposing viewpoint, and a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. No deferral time is allowed. Non-agenda items were heard at 5 p.m. and will be heard again at the end of the meeting. Testimony is limited to a maximum of 15 minutes per item and or 3 minutes per speaker. No deferral time is allowed. The board operates under Robert's Rules of Order, which confer upon the governing body and the audience participation in proceeding in a civil and courteous manner. At this time, will our students, ASB representatives, please introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about yourself and what's going on at your high schools, both academically and socially.
Hi, my name is Vince Gumina. I'm ASB president of La Jolla High School. This year, after making the top list of the 100 best public schools in the nation, we hope to continue that trend. And we added another course last year called AP Environmental Science, which myself and a group of dedicated students, and along with a fellow teacher, helped create. And so I'm enrolled in that class. It's fun. We just had Club Day, and so we have an additional about 10 to 15 clubs that we just added on campus, mostly volunteer clubs, other recreational. We're offering tutoring after school with the CSF and Link Crew, which is the freshman orientation group. So for the struggling kids who need help, or just anybody who has a question, come by the library at lunch. And so that's offered. And the counselors at our school are offering workshops at lunch on Tuesdays and Thursdays for students attending who plan to attend private universities and colleges. So that's what we've got going on.
My name is Samantha Sarabong, and I'm the president of Lincoln High School. As the new school year started, we've actually been open to a lot of new AP courses this year, so seniors, juniors, and sophomores are being able to take a lot of more advanced placement classes for those who would rather be in a more advanced class. We now offer calculus, AP stats, AP chemistry, AP biology, and other AP psychology, I believe. We were also told a couple of weeks ago that our scores from last year improved 45 points, and we were only expected to improve 15 points. So with that news, our executive principal, Mr. Collins, and our administration is working even harder this year to pass all categories. We'd only missed one, and they're setting the sophomore classes with advisories to be ready to prepare for their CASI. Juniors are being prepared for their PSATs and SATs this year, and seniors are working on applications for Cal States, UCs, and any private universities. So, and other than academics, our homecoming week is actually coming up, so students have been running around and trying to prepare for that. It's going to be a big year this year, so hopefully everything works out. But thank you.
Welcome, and thank both of you. Mr. DeBeck, please introduce our student guest today.
Sure. It's really a pleasure to introduce Steve Lutz, who's the director for the Suzuki Violin program at Crown Point. And they currently offer this program to kindergartners and first graders, and hopefully the Mission Bay cluster will continue the string instrument emphasis through Mission Bay High School, from now on. I'd like him to introduce one of his students, and I think we'll have a performance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. DeBeck and President Jackson and the rest of the board for supporting the music programs, all the music programs throughout the district. Last year, we started a very unique program at Crown Point Junior Music Academy. We started a kindergarten, first grade Suzuki program, which involves the parents. The parents have to come to the lessons with the child, and we had all these parents would show up at school every day. In fact, we had just a parents class for the first month. No kids for the first month, just parents. And we had about 45 students last year. This year we've expanded the program. Not only did we expand the Suzuki program to K through, we had K1, but we also expanded it to K1 and 2. But now we have a traditional pull-out program in grades 3 and 4. Now, out of a population of 232 students at Crown Point, we have over 160 students that are in the instrumental music program. And as far as I know, this is the only school, I know it's the only school in the district, but it may be the only one in Southern California that offers instrumental music in all the grade levels, K through 5. I'd like to introduce one of my students from Crown Point. This is Rosina. She's a second grader this year, or second grade, right? She's a second grader this year. She's been playing for a year, and her mother came to all of her lessons with her, and she's still continuing with the program. And she's going to play. Is she going to play over here?
I think that's what they brought the mic for.
Okay. We were going to do it here, but that's even better. She's going to play Song of the Wind. Go ahead.
Well, thank you.
That's a great debut.
Absolutely. Thank you again. We will now move on to Section C of our agenda, which is reports of closed session actions and superintendent informational report. Mr. Koba.
Thank you, President Jackson. First, the assignments. Andre Donovan to Deputy General Counsel. Ron Rohde to Executive Director, Standards Assessment and Accountability. Linda Zintz to Director Communications. Melissa Janik to Director, Counseling, Guidance, and Placement and Appeal. Granita Latham to Interim Deputy Superintendent. Mary Boswick to Manager, School to Career. I'd like to continue on with some comments from the superintendent. I'd start with a very positive note. I have some special guests in the front couple of rows here. What I want to recognize is the incredible advances that we made this year in regards to AYP, API, and set the stage here. For the first time, more than half of San Diego Unified's schools, elementary schools, are identified as high-performing by the California Department of Education. The state's Academic Performance Index showed 61 of San Diego Unified's 120 elementary schools now exceed an 800 score on the index. Schools with a score above 900 also grew, a total of 20 elementary schools. A third group is that the blue ribbon recognition. We have in San Diego Unified 3 elementary schools, Erickson and Mira Mesa, Florence and Hillcrest, and Fletcher in the Berlin neighborhood, that were named Blue Ribbon Schools by the United States Department of Education. And what I'd like to do is recognize either the current or past principal, because we did have a few that have moved on. And the principals stand for and represent, I think, all of the hardworking staff, the teachers, the classified personnel, the parent volunteers, anyone and everyone who helped make a difference on that campus last year and will do so again this year. Representing the schools, from Adams, Derek Murchison, Baker, Lynette DeRosa, and Canto, Deborah Baker, Edison, Tavna Bustani, Garfield, Timothy Dale, and retirement Chaz Moriarty, Linda Vista, Deborah Hatchell Carter, Marshall, Stacy Monreal, and Yasina Robinson. Those are those schools and program improvement who made AYP.
Please stand up. Please stand up. Come on.
In addition to their great effort, we have the schools that surpassed the API with an index of 900. From Erickson, Maria Gomez, Green, Bruce Ferguson, Timothy Dale. From Holmes, Eva Cross, Cumier, Steve Mosher, Miramar Ranch, Peggy Crane, Jennifer Robleski. Ocean Beach, Margaret Johnson, Sandberg, Laurie Hintzman, and Silvergate, Sandra McClure.
Please stand up.
And then finally, the Blue Ribbon schools. From Erickson, Maria Gomez. Fletcher is Gina Camacho McGrath and Kathy Phillips. And Florence is Mary Estelle.
Please stand.
Clearly, on behalf of the district and all of us, well done to all of you and to your staffs. A few other items, President Jackson, I'd like to pass on. We are in the midst of looking at an update plan on our ARRA funds for training school site councils and instructional leadership teams. And we're actually handling this on a two-pronged path. Our federal and special programs office is in the process of identifying companies and or organizations that can provide that school site training. And we are planning to come to the board with some proposals in November, perhaps the first board meeting in November. Meanwhile, we do have our program monitoring department, which is a part of the federal and special programs, that is also providing in-house, looking into an in-house proposal for doing that training. And while all of that research is going on, we do have the required school site training starting this week, conducted and going through mid-October across the board at elementary, middle, and high schools. The staff proposal for training should come to the board near the end of October. Two more updates very quickly. The food stamps update. We have been working very closely, the board has, with a number of the public sector agencies, and Arun Ramanathan and his group have been key to that. The food stamps program is now split into two efforts. Under one project, we are working closely with the San Diego Food Bank in conjunction with the Office of the Elementary School Improvement Officer to get information about scheduling food stamp pre-enrollment events to the principals of elementary schools with 50% or more of their students on free and reduced lunch. The San Diego Food Bank has agreed to provide volunteers to conduct events at these schools. A second prong to this work is collaboration with the San Diego Local Initiative Support Corporation, otherwise known as LISC, the San Diego Hunger Coalition, Say San Diego, and the Sherman Heights Community Center. And this project will place AmeriCorps volunteers in school-based service, providing a school-based services model that increases participation and retention in the food stamp program. And we are implementing this in a targeted fashion at Kimbrough and Sherman Elementary, Crawford High School, and feeder elementaries to Crawford to be determined. This project is being funded by the California Endowment and Price Charities. On the 23rd of September, a follow-up email was sent out to elementary principals to pursue and encourage this engagement in the free and reduced lunch area. And similarly, a total of 30 elementary schools have responded to this. In a follow-on board meeting at the behest of Mr. Barrera and other members of the board, we'll actually have some of the volunteers come update you some specifics. And the very last thing I want to update the board and the community on, we're working with, supporting you in your coherence governance training and model. And the second half of this week, we'll have the Aspen group coming in to train the cabinet members on coherent governance, the updated operational expectations. You're going to hear two of the previous cycle tonight in updates, but to be current with where the board wants to go to understand the requirements for the board and develop next year's plan for your consideration at a later date. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to adopt the agenda. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second, please.
Second.
Please vote. Thank you. That passes 5-0. I'm now at the board consent agenda. Can I have a motion for all of these, please?
Move to approve the agenda.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Okay. Please vote. And that was E1 through E3. Okay.
What happened to board reports?
That's next.
Operational matters.
I'm getting ready to get to that FO1.
Okay, I just got confused. Sorry.
Okay. Informational reports, starting with Mr. DeBeck.
None to report.
Mr. Barrera.
No, I just want to, again, echo what Superintendent Koba talked about the work that Arun Ramanathan has done in pulling together a community coalition that is really enabling many of our families to enroll in food stamps program, enroll in other support services. I think we started last year with the idea that the school really is very much a center of a neighborhood, and it's a place where parents feel safe and comfortable to come and enroll in services. And I think we're starting to see that really blossom. We had a great experiment at Logan Elementary in the spring where families came and enrolled in the food stamps program, and now we're following that up with all of our schools that have 50% or more students on free and reduced lunch. So I think it's a great example of the way that the school district can reach out and partner with the community to help our families. And I, again, want to thank Arun Ramanathan for his work.
Thank you, Mrs. Nakamura.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to make an announcement that this buzzing noise that we're hearing is someone who hasn't given up their cell phone. So every time there's a little buzz, it's someone in the audience. It's just to let you know that's what sets our microphones off. So if you'll check your cell phones, make sure it's off. That'll help with that tremendously. So I'd like to save. Okay. Someone out there's not giving up their cell phone. It's just that BlackBerry. Was it Crackberry? I'm not. So at any rate, but I'd like to. We had a speaker come down, Matt Spathis, who has sent a letter to the board, and I'd like to ask the board to please give due consideration to Mr. Spathis's comments about collective bargaining and transparency, and that we post the proposals as they go back and forth. I think it's unfortunate when the public doesn't know what's happening. I don't believe that we can take a vote of that right at the moment. It'd probably have to be agendized, but I'm encouraging the board, and I thank Mr. Spathis for all of his work throughout the community. I would also like to thank Mr. Kalal for coming down from Henry High School, and also I think really doing a good job of including Morse High School in their concern about an auditorium and the use of Proposition S funding. We have schools throughout the district that have special programs and so on and so forth, but we have somehow managed to have 2 high schools that don't have auditoriums at all, and that I think that is a tremendous lack at each one of these schools, and he did a good job of emphasizing that. But again, getting back to Mr. Spathis, I would hope the board would move forward on his recommendations for transparency and openness regarding proposals in collective bargaining.
Thank you. I just want to speak quickly about 3 different things. First of all, on the issue of the year of the school volunteer, we will be having an event at Spreckles Elementary on Friday, October 9th at 10 a.m. We're really going to kick off the year in terms of encouraging more people in the community to get involved as volunteers. We already have hundreds and even thousands of people volunteering in the schools, but we're placing a special emphasis on getting volunteers to come in, particularly in the elementary grades, to read to and with children to improve our literacy skills, following up on the year of literacy. Also, we're going to be asking principals which schools are most in need of outside volunteers to come in so that we can direct those volunteers to those schools so that we can be very successful. So please remember that. Another thing I want to just thank, there's a group called the Focus for Change in Education that's been meeting in La Jolla with people from throughout San Diego, and they have sent a white paper to the school district emphasizing a lot of things that they have been working on as a community group, ranging from preschool education to teacher training, the emphasis on math and science, college preparation, and so forth. And we need more community groups like this that are really speaking up and addressing the board on what we need in education. And the final issue I want to mention is what one speaker, Pat Washington, already mentioned in terms of the the SDSU change in admission. I think this is a very important issue for San Diego. One of the things when we were making our budget cuts that I said was we can cut everything except the 132,000 students we were serving. And unfortunately, San Diego State is, by their action, is eliminating hundreds and thousands of students from San Diego who all these years have been preparing to go there. And I think as a school district and as a school board, we really have a responsibility to speak up and have them revisit this issue in terms of doing away with the preference for local students attending San Diego State, because this is really important. It allows more people in limited financial situations to get a quality four-year education. We've been working for many years in the K-12 program to get them to that point, and I think we really need to stand up for this.
Thank you. I agree. Just a couple of items, and first of all, I do want to congratulate all the schools this year on their successes. Even those that made 800 for the first time, there are a number of those. Special shout out to Bay Park Elementary. I just walked through their campus, and I promised them that I would say hello to the students that are watching tonight. They get a free buck or something for watching the meeting, and I hope they enjoy that buck. That's good for me. Yes, it helps. Every way helps. But speaking of the money, you will hear me say it often and loudly for the next several months, and as we have our meetings. The state financial crisis is not over. That means our financial crisis is not over. That means we do not have money. A lot of people are coming with pet projects, asking for things, and they hear me saying this over and over again. We do not have money. So many of the things that you will hear me objecting to in the future is because we do not have money, and we're asking the staff to reconsider. Yes, we balanced the budget for the 09-10 school year. It doesn't mean because we have the money in the balanced budget, you go spend it, because the 10-11 year is going to be harder. So you save while you can, and I'll leave it at that. Okay, move on to our next item, which is Audit and Finance Committee. Come on down, Mr. McAllister.
And Mr. Wright.
Yes. I told him to hold a car for me, a getaway car tonight.
I was
Everyone's
a
always
little concerned
looking.
when I saw everybody leave, but then I thought, well, it's appropriate because the tax collector's
That's
coming next.
exactly.
So
Here he
everybody
comes,
leaves
right.
when they see that happening.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Superintendent Koba. It's once again a pleasure to be before you. I'm here today, and Mr. Wright is with me, our Vice Chair of the Audit Committee. Come on up here, Bill. Don't be shy. He's never been shy before.
No, he hasn't.
That's not true.
But
He's not shy.
we are here on behalf of the members of the Audit and Finance Committee to talk a little bit about the committee's response to item F.02 from the August 4th, 2009 board agenda, which directed internal audit of the district to review the district's financial status. The committee believes that the recommendation is vague at best, and a clear direction has really not yet been given. And even though internal audit wants to comply with the recommendation of this board and is going forward without much direction, it is our opinion that this is not the proper use of their time and talents. Internal audit has a staff of 6 people, 3 of whom will be pulled from their regular duties to work on this project. And it is unclear whether they will review the current financial status of the district, the financials of the previous year, or the current year's budget. In our estimation, the internal audit staff are very competent, capable auditors, but their audit talents are different than those of the Chief Financial Officer and his budget team. Depending on the interpretation of the board's directive, the process could negatively impact the everyday workload of the internal audit team indefinitely, and that's, we thought, not your original intent. On Thursday, September 10th, our committee unanimously agreed to recommend that the board reconsider their directive to have internal audit review the district's financial status and allow them to continue their regular duties without further interruption. That's a summary, really, of the letter that I presented to you this week for your review. And Mr. Wright and I are here to answer any questions that you might have about this, or maybe what alternatives there might be to assigning internal audit this function.
Let me ask Mr. Brzee a question. In order to bring that item back up, one of the people who in the majority has to rescind their vote. Is that correct?
No, I think you're asking about a reconsideration motion.
Yes.
That rule applies to reconsideration of an action that was taken at the same meeting. So there are no restrictions on who could make a motion on this particular item.
Yeah, well, I was the one that brought the proposal in, and it was intentionally vague because the issue really was that there was evidence that the budget information that the board got was inaccurate. We got things from Friday of one meeting we had, and then over the weekend we had a discovery of a couple $100,000 or more of money that just appeared out of the blue. We we have a need to have real-time information and to rely on, let's say, the overtime of people who gave us faulty information in the first place isn't necessarily what would give us feeling of security. If the Audit and Finance Committee had been in a part of the loop, perhaps they would have looked at these issues too, and they made a recommendation other than not to use the Audit and Finance Committee, but to use some other source of review of the district money. I personally think maybe that is the error that was made in the first place, that is not bringing forth the assumptions that were the income assumptions and the expense assumptions to the Audit and Finance Committee, some of which basically are based on, at the time we got them, were based on improbable and probably unknown income sources. Okay? Now, in order to improve I had suggestions from people that came from this environment, that it were financial managers or people from school districts elsewhere or advisors to school district elsewhere, that one way to do this was to use existing staff in a way that was more important, because what's more important to the school district than an accurate and viable budget? So that the recommendation was, you have people called internal auditors. LA has them too. This is not unique to San Diego. And their function within those districts is to review the assumptions and the projections independently of those that are provided by the finance department.
Okay.
Now, if I'm cut off, I'm cut off. But in my second round, I'll say that I believe that those recommendations were reasonable.
Mr. Barrera, please.
So, along with Dr. Evans, I sit on the Audit and Finance Committee, and I opposed this recommendation when the motion was made in August. I think that it is important that the district has outside eyes and ears looking at the way that we account for our money. Really, what it boils down to, and I think we have that in FCMAT. I think that the asking our internal audit team to take on this function is unreasonable. We've got a financial team with full capacity that is working, night and day to be able to dig in deeper to the analysis of how we spend our money and how we account for our for our revenues, and the bottom line is, internally, if the finance team is not doing what really I believe we've asked the internal audit team to do, then we've got a problem with the finance team. I think the finance team is doing what they need to do. I think the finance team actually brought to us, in the spring, a series of warnings and recommendations about our lack of internal control. And I think the finance team is working hard to correct that. I think the internal audit team plays a critical function in this district, which is basically to investigate fraud. And if we're going to ask the internal audit team to take on the function that the finance team is responsible for, number one, I think we're not going to get our job done when it comes to investigating fraud. And number two, I think we're asking for the internal audit team to take on a task that's frankly impossible for them to take on with the lack of capacity that they have. So I support the Audit and Finance Committee's recommendation that we reconsider this directive.
Dr. Evans?
Yes. Along with Mr. Barrera, who was the other person at the meeting, that we were the two who were opposed to it. I just want to mention that one of the things in our discussion that Ms. Nakamura brought up was that we really should be consulting the Audit and Finance Committee before actually taking action, and then we went ahead and took action anyway. So that was actually mentioned at that time. And I myself have said up here on the dais in the past, in previous months when I was very frustrated about numbers and so forth, that the board needed an independent analyst and so forth, that we really needed to get to the bottom of this. And I think we have really made tremendous progress since then in terms of what our finance team is doing. And I think the proof or not proof of that will be in the coming days when we start getting monthly reports, because we really want to look at is the budget that we adopt, is it actually being followed? Are we making the savings that we said we made, so we're not waiting until the end of the year to find that out? So I think that we are going to have a good gauge of whether or not that's happening. And as we sat in the Audit and Finance Committee, I realized when we were sitting there also that the internal auditors were not really capable of taking on such a huge function. Not that they aren't competent auditors, but they were going to have to be educated by the finance team on everything that the finance team does, so that therefore they could pass judgment on what the finance team is doing. There's the outside interference again. We don't want any outside interference. So I would not hesitate in the future if we do have problems and we're not getting to what we need to get to, which I do believe we are now, that we would certainly look at doing some sort of additional auditing to find the money that we need. But I agree with the audit committee's recommendation at this point to reconsider.
Mrs. Nakamura, please.
I thank you for coming forward with this. I'd like to remind everyone that the Audit and Finance Committee is a voluntary group. These folks are not paid, and they have been very useful in the past, and I want to thank you for your service to the school district and the eyes and ears and even the education that you bring to this. I think it's an invaluable service. But I'd like to make a motion that we withdraw this proposal from action and remand the issue to the Audit and Finance Committee, perhaps for a recommendation, since both Mr. Barrera and Mr. Evans are sitting on that committee, and have them. You can come back to us for a recommendation if you have one. I think that this coming year that we are going to have to look for every penny. Every penny. I made a comment earlier today. Last year we were looking between the sofa cushions for coins, and I think this year we have to turn the sofa over and kind of shake it. So any assistance that you can give, I would definitely appreciate it. But I would recommend. So I make a motion that we withdraw this, but also that we remand the issue to the Audit and Finance Committee for another recommendation.
And seconded by Mr. DeBeg. We'll do comments right now.
Okay. There's a couple of things that I think, I explained what prompted it. I personally, FCMAT is a good example. FCMAT does not address assumptions. FCMAT goes after whether or not you keep accurate records and whether or not you met your budget. So to rely on, to come up with a budget that's based on false assumptions or assumptions that have proven already, by the way, some of the assumptions in our current budget have already been proven false. So in order to have an adequate, appropriate budget planning process, you need to have some external body react to the issue of whether the assumptions that are provided to the board and glossed over in 30 seconds. These are our assumptions, here's the money, and here's a big long list of all the budget things that we're going to do. And the first failing is the assumptions are wrong. Secondly, is the budget building process is built around what we're doing now is okay, and all we're going to do is subtract from what we're doing instead of starting the budget from the ground up. Okay? Which is something I've been screaming about for a long time. Well, as I sit here, I did leave the Audit and Finance Committee because I believe there are people that would benefit from being a participant there. What I really feel upset about is that when we were in the middle of the budget and crisis thing, that the Audit and Finance Committee wasn't coming up with some kind of, and I don't blame you, you're volunteers, I admit, but how can you possibly go about setting a budget in the process you're doing when they are the external eyes on how we do this work? So now, okay, we're going to go to them and say, before we start down the path of next year's budget, we want them to come up with a recommendation on how you go about verifying assumptions, how you go about building a budget. And if that's what they're going to come up with, hooray.
Mr. Barrera?
Well, I think this is also an issue that we've discussed at the Audit and Finance Committee. Basically, does the Audit and Finance Committee also function as a budget committee? Mm-hmm. And we've had this discussion, and again, I think the consensus on the committee is that no. That the function of the Audit and Finance Committee has to remain focused. And, do we create another committee of the board to look at building the budget? I'd be open to that, and get some folks from outside the district to help us in this process of building a budget from scratch. I'd be open to that. But the point is capacity and focus. I think the focus of the Audit and Finance Committee needs to remain looking at our finances and making sure that we're spending our money right, accounting for our money. And I think the focus of the internal audit team needs to be to continue to investigate fraud. So it's really about not stretching too thin, either the internal audit committee or the audit and finance committee. I support the motion.
Okay. Any other comments? No. Please vote. That passes 5-0.
Hey, Andrea, you go back to work.
Let's move on to the next item.
Wherever she is.
It passes 5-0.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the next is item FO3. This is the district initial proposal to CSEA, OTBS, and Mr. Koba, Mr. Cochran.
Microphone.
Excuse me. This is adoption of the district's initial proposal to the California School Employees Association, CSEA.
And somebody's got a second. It's an action item.
Okay, and it's action, so it's a motion and a second. Any comments, board members? Please vote. Okay, that's FO3. How about FO4?
Move approval.
Okay, a second.
Second.
Okay, any comments? Please vote. The next one is adoption of the board governance policies.
Move approval.
Okay. Second. Okay, any comments?
One comment.
Okay, Dr. Evans, please.
I mean, I know that people have heard for some time that the board's been working on some coherent governance policies, and I just wanted to mention that one of the things that and the little revisions that we're finally ratifying is one key concept that we're focusing on is the democratic engagement of stakeholders in the district. This means that we are operationally really setting up our governance program so that we are carefully listening to what teachers, classified personnel, parents, community members, students all have to say about what's going on in our schools, and it's a directive to the staff to really pay a lot of attention to that, along with a lot of other things that we're already doing to work towards student achievement.
Thank you. I just want to comment. This is item FO5, and I would encourage everyone to pick up a copy of this particular item. People want to know where the board is going, what the board philosophy is. This is it. And we have revisited. We worked very hard on this particular document. This is the foundation of our district. People say, well, we get people coming in, superintendents, board members, and things change back and forth. What the board worked very hard was to establish a foundation, and this is that foundation. So if you really want to know what the board thinks and where we're heading, this is a document. No other comments, please vote.
Oh, we did.
Now we have. That passes 5-0. The next item is an item that is a very rewarding item, Mr. Barrera, which is the International Walk to School Day. It was national, but we're moving on up now.
Move approval.
Second.
You want to comment, speak to it? Please. And we have speakers, too.
Yeah, we've got speakers. So I just want to thank the folks who have come out tonight to support this resolution. But more importantly, I want to thank the folks who have organized, both in the City Heights community and Sherman Heights community, our International Walk to School Days. And, I was able to participate last year, and I look forward to participating again this year. It's really exciting to bring the community together and to focus on the importance of having safe routes to school, for our kids. We have a lot of kids that already are walking to school, and we've got more kids who I think would be walking to school if we could create more walkable neighborhoods and make the routes something that parents feel comfortable with. So again, thank you for all the tremendous work, everybody in the community who's been putting this together.
We have 3 speakers: Joyce Brown, Jim Vanador, and Michelle Mellon. Please come forward. You have 3 minutes each.
Say yes. There. I guess I already did it.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Brown, and I am the Community Engagement Coordinator for the City Heights Community Development Corporation. And I just have to tell you guys that it is really a thrill for me to be here tonight. This is the first time I've been to a meeting. To see John DeBeck, John Lee Evans, and Catherine Nakamura in person. I see you guys on TV all the time. Okay. Richard and Sheila, I know.
You look better there.
You got to watch something else, Joyce.
But I'm especially here tonight to thank you for the resolution recognizing the International Walk to School Day. The City Heights Community Development Corporation, this is our 4th year for actually sponsoring this event, and it is a very, very nice event. We're very concerned about walkable routes and safe routes to school in the City Heights community, so we've done a lot to advance that. So we really want to thank you for the recognition. Michelle Llewellyn is a co-worker of mine, and she also wants to...
Oh, I called her. She'll get her 3 minutes. She got yours. She'll get hers. She'll get her 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Sorry, Jim.
Okay.
Again, I would like to voice a thank you as well as what Joyce had said to the board, as well as Madam Chair and Superintendent Koba. I am Michelle Llewellyn, and I am the Neighborhood Improvement Coordinator, again, at the City Heights Community Development Corporation. And last year, the City Heights Community Development Corporation was fortunate to be able to receive a Caltrans Environmental Justice Grant. As Joyce had mentioned, we've been working doing different projects for City Heights Walks to School Day, but we were actually able to receive a grant. And so for the past 2 years, we've been able to get quite a bit of inroads done in trying to improve the infrastructure in schools and near schools in City Heights. We've been able to work in collaboration with 9 elementary schools to do community mapping projects in which we have mapped suggested routes to school, because as Richard Barrera had stated, there's a lot of infrastructure issues in City Heights, so we need to create actual safe routes to schools. We've only been able to create suggested routes to school maps because there's certain areas that we cannot state as safe. We've also created infrastructure deficiency maps, and we are hoping we've been able to make these maps in collaboration with the schools and as well as the city traffic engineers. They've been wonderful, and the police department. We are hoping to continue our collaboration with the schools, the traffic engineers, as well as you all, because we need to continue to create a safe neighborhood in City Heights for our schools. And we want to thank you for this opportunity, and if I can approach you, I would like to give you guys bracelets for Walk to School Day. Thank you.
Mr. Evans thought it was candy, so
yeah, he was a little
disappointed up here, but we'll wear them anyway. Thank you for your work.
I already have mine, thank you.
I think I get 4 on mine.
It's not
Nice job,
edible.
Michelle.
Haven't said a word.
And you should put it, you're supposed to put the words out the other way so other people can read it.
Okay.
Jim Bardador, Post Office Box 5859, City Heights, California 92165. You'll be pleased to know I get my television through rabbit ears, so I don't get Channel 24. After my 2 colleagues have spoken, Madam President, there's nothing left for me to say except to agree, of course. I do want to point out that what's happening in City Heights with this particular program is a collaboration of a number of agencies and groups under the leadership of the City Heights CDC. And to point out in a deeper way, these are expressions of the long-term viability of an agency you might never have heard of. It's called the City Heights Area Planning Committee. It's the city's recognized land use and transportation advisory group. It's a group that's been around about 20 years, and we have spun off a lot of these small projects that our colleagues have stepped in and taken and run with, and glory to them all. But we would like to say a little nice thing about the City Heights Area Planning Committee, the grandfather of all of these things. We do need support. A resolution, Mr. Barrera, is a delightful idea. Thank you very much for that. We look forward to seeing you all out there on the Walk to School Day this year and next year and the year after. We did get a bracelet for every child. We did not get a shirt for every child, but I don't have to explain budget shortfalls to this body, do I? Thank you, Madam President.
I think I still have my shirt from a couple of years ago, so I'll don mine.
Put that baby on and walk with
Thank
it.
you very much. Okay, if there's no more board comments, please vote. Okay, they're done. Okay. Thank you very much. That passes 5-0. We'll move on to the next item, which is in our G category, student instruction item. The first item is item GO2, which is the public hearing and waiver for Roosevelt Middle School regarding class size reduction. Can I get a Mr. Koba?
Oh, thank you.
I'd like to ask Chuck Morris to come forward.
Chuck.
And I, in turn, am going to ask Carmen Garcia to come forward since she originated and her school originated the request for the waiver, so I think she is the one that needs to present it in terms of why they've done this. Carmen?
Okay. Good to see you.
Great to see everyone. Board President Jackson, members of the board, Superintendent Koba. My name is Carmen Garcia. I'm the principal of Roosevelt International Baccalaureate Middle School. QEIA, Quality Education Investment Act School. We, as a school, Roosevelt receives approximately $800,000 to reduce the class size. The goal by 2010 and 2011 is to achieve a class size of 15 to 9 at 6th grade, 15 to 7 at 7th grade, and 21 to 1 at 8th grade. And what we are proposing to you is that we raise the class size reduction target for 2010 and 2011 for 6th and 7th grade to raise it essentially to a 21 to 1 ratio.
Okay. Mr. Burrow?
So, Dr. Garcia, just a couple of clarifying questions. The current average class size at Roosevelt would be what?
We built our master schedule anticipating a 21 to 1 at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
Yeah.
We have a wonderful situation at Roosevelt in that we are almost 100 students above projected enrollment, and we also left students on the wait list. So we are curving the declining enrollment at Roosevelt at least. And currently, because of those additional 100 students, the average class size depends. It ranges. It can be from 19 to 1 or 2 classes to all the way up to 32 to 1 in a science class, for example. So it really runs the gamut. Because we receive the additional almost 100 students, we are slated to receive 3 more teachers.
Right.
And we are working feverishly at Roosevelt to reduce the class size to 21 to 1. We're unable to do that across the board, but we have a plan in action to do 21 to 1, at least in a couple of grades. And the targets, the CSR targets, class size reduction targets, are meant to be implemented a third of the way over the next. Last year was the first year. This year is 2/3 of the way, and next year completely. So what we are asking we're asking of you to please approve this waiver. Our teachers on site fully support the waiver. They understand that it is virtually impossible in these economic times to meet 15 to 9 or 15 to 7. It's impossible. So we need your help.
So I certainly can support the waiver request as long as the target remains 21 to 1 and doesn't rise above that target. The only other issue that I would ask about here, and it might be an issue that we need to confront, because what we're potentially approving tonight is a waiver request, correct? But ultimately the waiver needs to be granted at the state level.
Yes, exactly.
And so one of the issues that I just think we need to have flagged is, if the waiver request is denied at the state level, we can't afford to lose the funding, the QEIA funding for Roosevelt or for any other school in the district. And my understanding is that the issue that potentially might come up at the state level is, have we been using QEIA funding, in Roosevelt in particular, to supplant or partially supplant other program improvement money, so that if we had the same level of program improvement money that we would have without the QEIA funds, and then on top of that we add the QEIA funds, would that be enough to bring the targeted class size down to these levels, 15, 16 to 1, and if we confront a situation, maybe Dr. Morris could get your thoughts about this. If we confront a situation where the state basically says to us, we're not going to approve your waiver request, and your choice is between losing the funding or finding the teacher allocation to bring class sizes down to the QEIA mandated levels. I think that we have to figure out a way to retain the funding and bring those down. But I'd be interested in your thoughts about that issue.
And that's absolutely true. What actually happened, and Carmen and I had these discussions early on last summer, is we found that in particular when these 15 to 1 class sizes were targeted, it's because of 6 additional teachers that have been placed in there because of program improvement. Now, you also had other schools that also were in that same situation who also get QEIA money. Sorry about all the acronyms. For instance, MAN. So MAN's actual average right now is 20 to 1. If this waiver does not get approved, and this has been part of the strategy, then this district will either make a choice of putting 6 additional teachers into Roosevelt or lose the funding. So you're absolutely right. So that is the consequence of that waiver being approved or not approved. And Bernie just informed me that Monica in Sacramento is willing to work on getting the waiver approved. But realize you do have 2 other middle schools that are receiving the funding that their class averages are going to be about 21 to 1 also.
So I move approval of the waiver.
The motion is second. Mr. DeBeck.
Yeah. Well, I have no trouble with reducing class size. I've felt that way a long time, but I have to call attention to something in the application. In the application, there's a place where the Teachers Association signs off, and they didn't. And in the past, we've had an experience like this where we did this, and then they used their opposition and filed an unfair labor practice against us. I don't know what their opposition means. They've checked it off as they do oppose it, and they say that SDA does not believe that the California Department of Education has the authority to grant the waiver. So I guess I'd have to ask our negotiator, or you, should we go ahead with this and get the waiver from the state, are we out of the woods or not?
The waiver request was really initiated as a bottom-up initiative. Our teachers, and this is also in the application, our teachers are fully on board. I say that we move forward. We are not the first school that is requesting a waiver.
No, I understand that. What I guess I'm saying is that we had no opposition in the past when we reduced class size, but we did it from here. Okay? So now we're doing it again from here. And while your staff I've never seen a staff said to me yet, if you reduce class size, they're going to be upset. Okay, so I know your staff will be supportive of it, but their union doesn't support it. So then the consequence of that, the last time we did this, which is, I only go by my experience, I mean I have to, is they filed an unfair labor practice that's still not settled. Okay, so now then, say we get the waiver and then we say, okay, we're implementing it. Are we still facing an unfair labor practice? I suspect we are.
I think the objection, and I can't speak for SDEA, so please don't let me do that. But I think the objection is that QEIA money is out of a lawsuit that took place that I believe that CTA did file. So I think their objection is they do not think that that CDE has authority over that waiver. It's not about the class size issues, because actually the class sizes would be lower without the waiver. So I'm just making a supposition, and I don't mean to speak for them, but I think it is. They don't think it's within the jurisdiction of CDE to grant that waiver.
So the consequences for us from them would be what? Do you predict? Passive resistance?
Well, you have either one, you lose the money, or the district will be required to go back in and put 6 additional teachers in order to get 15 to 1. And that'll be a choice that will come up after this next year.
Fair enough.
Okay, there's no other comments. Please vote. That passes
Thank you.
5-0. The next item up for discussion is item G02, IDEA stimulus funding proposal. Mr. Koba.
President Jackson, I'd like to ask Arun to come forward to address approval of the IDEA stimulus plan, a 2-year plan to improve the academic performance of students with disabilities. Arun?
Superintendent Koba, President Jackson, and members of the Board of Education. My name is Arun Ramanathan, and I'm the Chief Student Services Officer, and I'm responsible for supervising special education. I also have a bad cold, so I'm sorry if I sound a little muffled. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss with you our proposal for the expenditure of the IDEA stimulus funding. First, I would like to note that this is half of the funding we received. The other half of this funding was used to offset the district's budget deficit. This funding is intended for the improvement of our system of education for children with disabilities. The plan itself is the result of 2 years of work, starting with the publication of a program evaluation by Dr. Thomas Hare. In his evaluation, Dr. Hare identified both strengths and weaknesses in our education system for students with disabilities, and he made 3 priority recommendations. First, improve the academic performance of students with disabilities. Second, create a unified system of general and special education that meets the diverse needs of all learners in their neighborhood schools. Third, eliminate the over-identification of African American students and English language learners in special education. Last year, after the publication of a follow-up report from Dr. Hare, 3 work groups composed of teachers, administrators, principals, and parents, and others from around the district, worked to develop a 3-year strategic plan for special education. This plan, presented to the board in January, established targets for improvement in areas such as special education student performance, suspension rates, homeschool attendance, placement in the least restrictive environment, and other areas. This plan, posted on our website, also identified specific strategies that we would take to achieve these targets. Over the course of the past year, we have worked hard to implement these plans and fulfill the recommendations of the Hare reports. We have completed and published the first revision of our policy and procedure manual in years. We have conducted multiple forums and parent meetings. We have completely reorganized and streamlined the special education system to focus on school, student, and teacher support. We have also conducted district-wide trainings on co-teaching, collaboration, reading instruction for low-incidence students with disabilities, autism, and more. And this year, for the first time in 5 years, our students with disabilities experienced dramatic growth in the STAR tests and closed the achievement gap with non-disabled students. However, as an education system, we still have a long way to go. One of the recommendations of our strategic plan was that we conduct a full audit of the files of our African American students identified as emotionally disturbed and our English language learners identified as speech and language impaired and specific learning disabled. In the spring of 2009, this audit was conducted by Dr. Jaime Hernandez. Dr. Hernandez is here. And the results were provided in August of this year. Dr. Hernandez's study identified the core reasons for the over-identification of ELLs in African American students as a lack of systemic behavior and academic supports in general education settings. He further noted that our current system focuses on identification rather than prevention and punishment rather than support. Among other recommendations, he advocated that our district develop a comprehensive response to intervention system incorporated into a revised student study team process with district-wide behavioral and academic interventions. This plan would align the expenditures of our stimulus dollars with Dr. Hare's recommendations, Dr. Hernandez's recommendations, the special education strategic plan presented to the board in January, and all of our work over the course of the last year. It has been shared with both the full and executive committee of the CAC, with members of the Latino Coalition, who we will be presenting to at the end of this week, and also with several professors, including Joe Johnson at San Diego State, and we expect to present to their full faculty, or at least the African American faculty, in an upcoming meeting. Specific expenditures in the area of professional development have also been shared with their labor representatives, and we hope to continue conversations with them about those expenditures. In addition, the proposal builds on and in some areas continues to fund in a time of economic uncertainty programs that are currently at risk, but current programs that have had positive benefits for students with disabilities and at-risk students in our district, such as positive behavioral interventions and supports, the Alias Reading Program, the I-21 program, and the Esperanza Mental Health Program. And it ensures, through the continued evaluation of our system by Dr. Hare and Dr. Hernandez, that there will be ongoing assessments of our progress and work towards addressing their recommendations. In summary, it is an extraordinary opportunity to improve our system of education for students with disabilities and to ensure that we are meeting the goals and requirements of state and federal law. And with that,
Second.
I'm going to turn it over to Dr.
Any board
Fulcher
comments or
and
questions?
We got the picture.
All right, we have public speakers. Joyce Clark, Jackie Wilson, Robin McCulloch, Deanna Toombs, and I think is Zach Leonard and Manny Gutierrez, I think it is. If I heard your name, I'm sorry. Writing's a little shaky. Voice is a little shaky, too.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, Superintendent Cohn. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Joyce Clark, and I live at 2291 Tokelon Street. I am the current chair of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, and I want to encourage the Board to consider fully recommending to improve the IDA stimulus proposals to improve academic performance of students with disabilities. As you know, the CAC has worked with the Special Education Division this past year, and we appreciate all the work and efforts put forward by the staff and by the task committees and the work groups to implement and start initiating some of the recommendations outlined in the AIR report. And I think one of the things that was really striking to us is that the AIR report identified root causes which encapsulate the serious ramifications of repeated failures by SDSU to meet the educational needs of students with disabilities in accordance with the law, resulting in educational disparity among student classifications. Deficient academic performance affecting both students with and without disability has occurred far too long, creating serious lifelong consequences, limiting opportunity for higher education, viable careers, and quality of education. I know we're not new to you in terms of bringing some of these important issues in terms of compliance. It's been nearly 2 decades that CAC leaders, parent educators, and communities have come before the board to address these deficits. And we feel it's really important that we continue that dialogue and move towards a system that can address the vast needs of all our students. Several years ago, we met with Superintendent Cohn, and then again we met with Superintendent Greer to discuss the implementation. We chose a resolution-oriented process as opposed to initiating legal proceedings in terms of complaints and litigation. We realize in the best interest of our student population that is the fastest and most efficient way to address these pervasive systems dysfunction short and long term. The CAC represents approximately 17,000 students who have been identified for special education services in our districts. We acknowledge that there are many students in our districts who are challenged by and need academic supports and struggle to achieve, as well as those who need more rigorous academic challenges. The proposal provides for a systematic approach to address the learning diversities within our community and create a 21st century accessible, progressive, respectful classroom without the stigma often experienced by students associated with special education services. Accommodations are essentially invisible in a universally designed classroom. It's time to break down the barriers that currently exist and prevent students from educational benefit. Parents are optimistic for the first time in many years. The proposal has generated hope with regard to the resolve of long-term pervasive issues impeding specialized academic instruction to the detriment of many students. The board is in a unique position to meaningfully change lives and educational benefit and outcome for all students. We acknowledge your commitment to quality education and respectfully request your support to the proposal, including the continuation of consulting services provided by Dr. Eyre. It's essential to have that consistency. This plan is a first step and a step in the right direction, a giant step on behalf of students and families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Jackson, members of the board, Superintendent Calba, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Jackie Husson, 10404 Summerwood Court, San Diego, 92131, and I've been before you many times over the past 2 decades. I'm pleased today to be here to support something that San Diego Unified is doing. I want to say these are hopeful times for students with disabilities enrolled in our school district. Parents are optimistic that the recommendations presented by Dr. Ayer will initiate systemic reforms that will at long last provide meaningful, appropriate, and equal educational opportunities for our children. We applaud the growth in performance on those tested utilizing the STAR in 2008, while there is still inequity and there is still a gap. The task of meeting the educational needs of our diverse student population while facing serious budget cuts is overwhelming. It's more critical than ever that this district has strong leadership, a clear vision, and a cohesive relationship with parents in the community. It's critical that we maintain our commitment to implementing Dr. Ayer's recommendations and to involve Dr. Ayer on an ongoing basis to ensure the integrity of that work is maintained. I'm here tonight to ask you to support this proposal. This is about numbers. It's about $13.7 million in stimulus funding, but there are other numbers. The second number I want to talk to you about is 19, the number of years to date that documentation substantiate the school district has failed to provide necessary educational services for students with special needs. 19 years too many, and too many thousands of kids that fell through the cracks over the course of that time, many of whom I helped and know. It's important that you understand that the vast majority of students with disabilities will graduate, can graduate, should graduate with diplomas, and have mild to moderate disabilities, and all children, of course, can learn. The next number is 17,000, the number of students currently identified for special ed services in this school district. And I want to put that in perspective. If you take all the students currently enrolled in Hoover High School, La Jolla High School, Patrick Henry High School, Point Loma High School, University City High School, Scripps Ranch High School, Lincoln High School, and Claremont High School, and you add them all together, you'll still be short hundreds to reach the number of students that we're talking about affected by this. It's easy to dismiss these students. We often have in the past, and I applaud your efforts to close that gap. But I truly believe that your commitment to improve educational services to the students with disabilities in this school district in accordance with the Ayer report, including the effective implementation of universal design for learning principles, will be the most significant contribution you will make to improve the educational system as a whole. The last number is 1. One child left behind is too many. So I'm here to ask you to do the right thing and support this funding proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your time. My name is Manuel Gutierrez, and we're here as a team. This is Zachary Leonard, Georgina Barajas Aguirre, and Sarah King. And we are here representing Memorial Preparatory for Scholars and Athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are here for tonight is to ask for your continued support, not only for our school and community, but in particular for the PBIS program, Positive Behavioral and Intervention Support, which is funded by the IDEA Stimulus Funding Proposal. As you are well aware of, Memorial has gone through many challenges and has faced many challenges over the years, especially this past year when the district opened up Memorial Prep in a campus that was already occupied by 2 charter schools, Memorial Academy and King Chavez. And needless to say, it was a very trying year, very difficult for us. And this year, with the closing of Memorial Academy, we almost doubled in size. Now, walking onto our campus, you wouldn't know it because of the difference that you see this year as opposed to last year. Our school, our campus, the culture of our students has changed tremendously for the positive. And a big part of that has been due to the PBIS program. In brief, PBIS, through its intensive trainings and support materials and consultation, has given us, I believe, the tools and the confidence to really focus our energy and our entire staff on the areas of need that are really affecting us the most. And I think this has been done in a way that has the ability to really transform our campus, which is what we are looking for. Zach Leonard is going to add a little bit more about what PBIS has achieved in terms of special ed.
Hi, I'm Zach Leonard. I'm a mild to moderate education specialist at Memorial. I started there last year. We began PBIS and rolled out our first policy about May or June, just one policy last year, and immediately we saw a lot of changes on our campuses that were awesome. That basically made us invested. We, over the summer, spent time coming in, getting our policies ready so we'd be ready to roll out the first day, and we succeeded. From the first day of school, this is, I think, the third week of school now, if you come to our campus, our climate is completely different than what it was last year. It's amazing. Teachers are speaking with the same language. They're speaking with the same actions. The students are responding to this. Not just general education students, but special education students. Students are no longer wandering the hallways. Our referrals are down. Our students and staff are much happier, and it's just an overall much more positive environment. An example of this is we went down from 4, I believe, security SEAs at our site of a school that was 350 students to 1, and now we have 600 students, and we're taking care of all of it. Like I said, referrals are down. You won't see students in the hallways. I mean, to go from 4 to 1 and doubling in size is absolutely amazing. To finish up, basically I wanted to say that we want to keep PBIS going. We actually have, in October, another cohort meeting coming up, and not only our staff, but our PAT team's very excited to see what next we're going to bring to the table for our school, because it's only getting better. I take night classes at Mission Bay Center, and the other teachers that I take classes with will not leave me alone about PBIS and are now bothering their principals about it, too, to see how they can get on board. I think it's a great program, and I hope that we keep with it.
Good evening. My name is Robin McCulloch. I'm principal at Horton Elementary. Horton is a school of great diversity. We have a large number of special education students on our campus. I myself am a former special education teacher, and I really value the work that PBIS has enabled me to do with the school staff. We have a team of 9 people who attend trainings. They're learning strategies for collaborating with the whole staff. They're learning about the notion of changing the way the system works for kids so that children have more opportunity to choose the right behaviors. We've seen a dramatic improvement in the area that we chose to focus on with our positive behavioral interventions and supports. We surveyed teachers, staff, and children and found that they all had the same target for improvement at our school. And what we did was completely reorganize the structure of the way the children eat lunch. There were a lot of problems created in the chaos of the lunch arbor, and it was clear that everyone in the school knew that that was a target zone. We were able to hone in, create a series of lessons that every teacher at our school implemented thoroughly for the ending of last school year to try it on and to open the school year this year. And what we've seen is a dramatic improvement in student ability to choose appropriate behaviors, to conduct themselves with good manners, to be supportive of one another, to listen to the adults on campus. We believe we're doing a lot more than just making the lunch arbor better. We think we're setting an example for children in their long-term living about how to behave and how to interact with one another. And PBIS has given us the work and the time and the skills with our teaching staff to implement these changes. I'd like to introduce you to my school psychologist, Deanna Toombs.
Hi. Like the principal was saying, the lunch arbor now that we've implemented some of PBIS is noticeably different. The climate is more positive, and it appears that PBIS is moving us into the direction where we can support the positive change in the school climate so that referrals for behavior can be prevented, and with the positive supports, helping students have the opportunity to have to have the opportunity to, I'm sorry, I'm nervous, to practice their social skills. As a school psychologist, I have seen, and hopefully will see more in the future, that less referrals for behavior, which can lead to the problem of overrepresentation of certain demographic groups in special education. So in order to support behaviors before they become a problem, I see PBIS as being that systemic support to prevent referrals in the first place.
Thank you very much. Board member, any more comments from the board members? If not, please vote. Oh, Dr. Evans.
I made a motion, didn't I?
I know. I'm just.
I just wanted to.
We're going to go vote. He wanted to speak.
I just want to address this to Mr. Ramanathan. I appreciate the fact that you've really been looking at the fact that this is a limited 2-year fund, and we have to look at not having the funds at the end of that time. So I just wanted you to kind of address that a little bit in terms of actually being able to spend these funds during these 2 years with the idea that none of it will be there afterwards. And I think that's why you're putting a lot into the training. I've certainly heard general education teachers saying that they want more training for dealing with special ed students. I think that would have a lasting effect. I think the other issue is that a lot of principals have kind of tossed the special ed kids to kind of direct them to another department rather than dealing with it directly. And I guess that's one of the goals that you would be also working on during these 2 years, so it becomes more integrated and the money goes away, but they're functioning together better. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. And I think PBIS is a core strategy of that, preventing inappropriate referrals to special education, providing resources and training to teachers so that they can address both behavior and academic concerns for students when they're at risk, rather than taking them, as Dr. Hernandez noted in his evaluation, rather than taking them on a direct path to special education. So not only are we looking at this in terms of addressing the needs of at-risk students, but also addressing the academic and behavioral needs of students with disabilities. And building the capacity of teachers and principals in the system over the next 2 years.
So you believe that the in-house capacity at that time would allow it to continue on?
Yes, sir, I do.
Great.
Okay, please vote. That item passes 5-0. Next item up is 5G05, which is AP Action Plan.
I'd like
Mr.
to also,
Koba.
the staff that was expecting to speak, I'd like to apologize that you didn't get a chance to, but sometimes you're a victim of your own success. So,
sorry. I'm fine.
This is a real problem.
Did we remove the AP, didn't we? Or has it not been? I would.
It has not been. Mr. Koba.
President Jackson, this is a recommendation for Advanced Placement Action Plan to improve equitable access to high-quality AP courses. I'd like to ask Dr. Morris to please present.
And again, I'll call up my backup folks to be able to help respond and kind of lead this. Last December, we brought to you AP results. At that time, the board asked us to come back with an AP plan. This is a result of that plan, of that study that we've done. We would have had brought it back to you sooner, but because of the budget implications, we needed to wait until all of that kind of cleared so that we could come back with recommendations to you that we thought were viable. One of the things that this plan does, and I'm going to ask Don to come up and talk to you about it, is it does model the grants that we have received, the first grant and the second grant, and except this one does not have the coordinators in place that the grant has provided funding for. Don will tell you much about what he's done. Know that the first grant expires as of tomorrow. This second grant will expire as of 2 years. This particular AP plan will then be able to incorporate all high schools across the district. So I'm going to ask Don, and then I'm going to ask Rhonda to come forward and talk to you more about the plan. Don?
Thank you, Chuck. So, Superintendent Jackson, President Jackson. That's because she was doing this to me before I came up. I'm not sure if you saw that. President Jackson, Superintendent Koba. And thank you, Dr. Morris, for the opportunity to be able to share this information. What I'd like to do last December, when I appeared in front of you to talk about and to share information about the Advanced Placement Incentive Program success from the first grant, we didn't have data or information on the second grant. We currently have that data, and I would like to start by having you to pull the page on the right side. And this information is from the College Board and our Research and Reporting Department. Is very, very, very current. College Board in August of 2009 and our Research and Reporting Department from September 2009. And I have 7 different pieces that I want to share with you very quickly. First, we see a 65% increase in the number of course offerings for the 6 high schools for advanced placement. And that's Hoover, the Kearney Complex, Madison, Mission Bay, Point Loma, and Sarah. A 30% increase in the number of low-income students taking AP courses. A 46% increase in the number of Latino children taking AP courses. 37% increase in all children at the 6 high schools taking English, Math, and Science advanced placement and/or international baccalaureate courses. 42% increase in the number of AP tests in all areas taken by low-income children. And the 2 issues that are extremely important in my mind, really, one is providing that access and equity for our children. The other is getting our children to be able to produce to high levels. As you may know, the advanced placement courses and the exams are accepted at more than 80% of our colleges and universities. They're accepted at more than 30 different countries for either advancement in college or for the waiver of a particular course, depending on that individual university. And that's approved through the College Board. We have a 53% increase in the number of low-income children passing AP exams over the previous year. That's huge. We also have a 14% increase in all students passing AP exams. Now, that's after a year of not much sleep. My hair was black when I appeared in front of you in last December.
It was not.
Well, it was close. It was close. And the work of our principals and teachers really are the ones who should be commended because their hard work in working with our youngsters. The first bullet indicated that we went from 63 to 104. Data I received this morning from these 6 schools, we now have 131 different international baccalaureate AP course offerings over a 12-month period. So from 63 to 131. It's one thing to get our youngsters in the class. It's another to help them to find success. Equity will not be achieved until the demographics of the youngsters passing these exams match the demographics of the school. And I'm here to say we are not there yet. We are not there yet. So I have to buy a new pair of boxing gloves for our board president Jackson because I know money is tight. I know it is. But right now, the 36 years that I've dedicated my life to, and that is to helping kids find success. And I will make no apologies for focusing on low income and underrepresented African American and Hispanic children, because when we look at this data nationally and within our district, and I can talk over the buzz, we continue to be behind. So we need the support. How did we find the success from this first year and the success from the grant, from our first APIP 1 grant directed by Barbara Flum? We found the success, and a key element was through professional development. Raising the level and the competency level of our teachers to provide more rigor in the classroom for all students. And we still have to address that issue of all students, and that's where we're proposing the cultural proficiency training and support. So I apologize for being a little long-winded, but this is an issue that I feel very passionate about. And Catherine, it was a little bit more black. Can we agree with that?
Just a little bit?
No, I don't know.
Okay, Reverend.
You're tough.
Okay,
You're
Reverend.
And
must have been using hair dye. I don't know.
And with that introduction, I think it's important for us to know that the things that we have looked at in terms of the AP grant and the AP plan for the district are very similar to what's in the AP grant, because working hand in hand, Rhonda and Don work together very closely to make sure that that is coordinated. Rhonda, you want to come forward and just let Rhonda tell you a little bit about one of the things we've done in the past in terms of AP, in terms of coordination of the test, and also in terms of the reimbursements that we have received this year. Rhonda?
Good evening. I'm Rhonda Zabodsky. I served the district for 32 years as an English teacher, including a teacher of AP English Language, and currently I serve as a resource teacher in the GATE department. I am the high school expert in that department, and so consequently oversight of AP and IB falls under my purview in the department, and I've been doing that for 6 years now. Dr. Morris asked me to tell you a little bit about the work of our department. Amongst other things, we oversee the AP audit. I want to congratulate something like 300 teachers in our district this year who have already completed the AP audit, which consists of submitting a syllabus and a form to the college board. They achieve authorization and the right to actually use the AP designation on their course list through this, and we rushed them through so that all of their courses would be authorized in time to submit to the UCAG list. That gave us a really, really early deadline of September the 20th, and all of our schools have participated in that. So we're proud of them. In addition, I'd like to compliment the schools for their participation last year in our very first undertaking of payment of AP exams by the district. When we began this process, I sat down with others and we decided on the process for doing it, and the schools were wonderfully supportive. They all turned in their forms that we requested from them, and for the first time ever, every single high school in our district did submit an application for fee reimbursement for the state of California, and we should have coming to us sometime in January, I hope, approximately $182,000 that can go back into district coffers. And so I want to thank the schools for their participation in that. I'd like to tell you just a little bit about the action plan. I'd like to cover the important purpose of it, how we went about devising it, and just a few details so you can see how similar it is to the APIP grants that you've just heard about. First of all, the purpose of this grant, quite frankly, is to bring equitable and rigorous curriculums to all of our district students. Specifically, the overarching goal of the grant is to ensure that student participation and student success in this district matches the demographics at specific school sites as well as in the district. Why do we want to do this through AP? It's well known that the rigor of the high school curriculum is number one in terms of application to colleges and universities, and AP has a reputation for rigor. More importantly, research has shown, specifically Answers in the Toolbox, that by participating in AP and IB and other rigorous courses, and by taking the exam, which is another level of rigor, that students have success in remaining in college, in sticking it through and having the perseverance to actually graduate from college. We went about constructing the grant. First of all, I was able to draw on the history of the GATE department. My predecessors in this role actually researched AP when we were beginning to promote it in the district, and oversaw the Challenge Grant, a much smaller grant that came from the state of California. When the Advanced Placement Incentive grants became available, they were much more comprehensive and required a director to focus on the schools and even a staff to help that director. So Barbara Flom, who was the director of APIP 1, came to me and was proposing the grant, and I helped her as a resource. I served as a 20% matching fund on that grant, and I currently serve as a 50% matching fund on APIP2, and I work collaboratively with Don. He and I are housed right next to each other at Madison High School, so we are together all the time and can work on things. So it was the APIP 1 and 2 directors, frankly, that I went to first when I was asked to work on this action plan. So very quickly, telling you a little bit about how the plan actually mirrors the grant. The grant provides professional development. We provide professional development in the AP Action Plan. Title II funding for professional development is available in the district this year, so we would like to use some of that funding to train our teachers as much as possible and make them trainers of trainers, if you will. A special feature of the funding that we would like to do is to have a team of AP mentor teachers that we can provide perhaps with a stipend and trained, and they can go on and work with their peers. We also have started, in conjunction with Gates partnership with San Diego State University, a Tier 2 level Gates certification for teachers of AP and IB. That will be coming up, and we're recommending that our AP and IP teachers become Gates certified so that they can work with differentiation strategies to better serve the diversity of the classes that they are receiving. Another feature of the action plan, the grant values AP open access and student support, so does the action plan. We are hoping to encourage all of our schools to achieve at least 10 to 15 AP offerings, and that has become obvious as we've worked with the schools on the audit that they are, and you've heard some of the students here talk about increased offerings, and online helps a lot. Community support is from the grant, as also from the action plan. Administrative support, we're hoping to have a district-wide advisory council so that we can all work together. And then finally, the evaluation, which will be coming forward from the research and evaluation department.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a number of speakers. Because we have so many speakers, you're only be allowed to have 2 minutes. We'll start with Becky Breedlove, Arturo Cabrera, Liben Denai, Irma Camilo, Joan Nguyen, Anthony Fermagali, Tai Nin, Quincy Tate, and Katie Anderson, Eleanor Evans, Naomi Tucker, Stan Murphy, and Roxanne Pompilo. Okay. And again, I'm sorry, but you only have 2 minutes to speak because there's so many of you. Thank you.
Thank you. President Jackson, members of the board, Superintendent Kauba, and student representatives, thanks for hearing me out. I'm not too sure that my comments in particular will be as cogent to the AP grant, but certainly they are aligned with the things that the district hopes to achieve. To give myself a bit of credibility, let me tell you a little bit about who I am and the walk that I walk and the talk that I talk. I'm finishing my 11th month as a volunteer, 30 to 40 hours a week on the Crawford Complex campus.
Your name?
Becky Breedlove, 4621 Louisiana Street.
Thank you.
San Diego, 92116. So I'm doing a lot of volunteer service on that particular campus. Prior to that, I was an avid regional coordinator working at the San Diego County Office of Education for about 10 years. Prior to that, I did about 25 years as a math teacher in San Diego Unified School District. I've always been passionate about equity education, and I have chosen always to work in the inner city. So my volunteer calling to this school has found me incredibly impressed and feeling very blessed. Last spring, Mu Alpha Theta, which is an international math society, started a charter club on our campus, and we inducted 106 qualified students to that Math International Society. There were 600 community members, parents, children, students at that event. And at that event, I had the opportunity to speak with Jeff Oliveira, who was our our school information, whatever you call the guy, improvement somebody or other officer at the time. And I talked to him about this innovative plan that the crazy Mr. Wynn and other people in the math department had come up with. And that was that we felt that part of the problem with students achieving success, even when they've taken an AP class at the college level, is they have not had a college level experience. So we determined that we were going to offer AP Calculus to over 71 students in the Little Theater. We presented can I have 10 seconds more? I have a proposal that has gone its way up the ranks, but I don't think you have seen it, and it asks for a small amount of money relative to having a little theater that will have something other than a chalkboard for us to instruct students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good evening, President Jackson and fellow board members. My name is Quincy Tate, and I am a senior at the Community of Health and Medical Practices at the Crawford Educational Complex, 1122 Ramona Avenue, Spring Valley, California. As a freshman entering high school, AP classes weren't really in my game plan. However, all of my influences at school urged me to challenge myself, and I did just that. Although the amount of information acquired is solely on the students, a good teacher is also vital to the classroom. Here at Crawford, my fellow students and I are lucky to have the type of teachers that we do. With teachers who work as hard as they do, I feel that AP grants will ease some of their stress and also make class for us much easier. For us, being that so many students have the will to take this class, this grant is much needed. That being said, I hope that you take these words into consideration and decide to support our financial needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent, fellow presidents, and the member of the board. My name is Lee Vandini, and I'm ASB President of IDEA, Invention Design Educational Academy at Crawford Complex. And I've been serving the district for 12 years now. So I've been a student for some credibility there. So I want to start out. I started out from Crawford freshman year, and I started, my first AP class was AP World History my sophomore year. And I've took about 5 to 6 AP courses, and this year I'm taking AP Calculus, and there's about 75 students, and we're cramped in a little theater. Just like, imagine China taking notes right now without that table there, and that's how we do it. Sometimes we got to go to the side, use the next door neighbor's back. But the whole point is AP classes encourage students to have success in school, and without the AP courses, students wouldn't achieve and reach a higher ability than they are at the moment. And I think that with every student and the more AP classes, because great things are happening at Crawford Complex, I think we're the only school that has 75 students attending one AP class, which is a college style. We have about 45 students in our AP Psychology, 40 students in our AP Biology. I mean, students are there and they're achieving. They want to. The teachers are encouraging and the students are taking that encourage. And I think what's missing is the supplies and the ability for the teachers to supply the students with what they need. And I just want to say I hope you guys pass and help us achieve and reach a higher level. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Fumagalli. I'm a junior at the Invention and Design Educational Academy at the Crawford Educational Complex. In the past, Crawford has developed a rather unfair and very bad reputation among other schools in the San Diego Unified School District. But I've noticed that in the past few years, Crawford has made many improvements in bettering their reputation in this district. I know that at my small school of IDEA, attendance has improved remarkably. Well over 90% of students are now coming to school every day to every class period ready to learn. Last year, 80% of our sophomore class passed the CASI on their first attempt. And this year, as you've heard already, over 70 students are taking AP Calculus, and that's just one of our many AP courses that we're offering this year at Crawford. I would love to see every single student who's taking an AP class this year to pass this test, to pass their AP test, but it's not going to happen without the necessary funding. The AP grants will give us this funding that we need in order to continue our success at Crawford. And so I ask that the members of the board just give us your support and watch us do better for our students. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Emma Carrillo. I am ASB president at the School of Community Health and Medical Practices at Crawford Educational Complex. Because this is my second year as an AP student, I am able to recognize the difference the AP program has made in me and how it's preparing me for college. By supporting us with the AP grant, you will help our students gain a better education and prepare us for a better life after high school.
Hi, I'm Tian, and I'm representing Law and Business at Crawford Educational Complex. At Crawford, we don't have band, we don't have drama, and we don't have choir. And I'm okay with all that as long as we have funding for the AP classes, because that's mostly what I'm all about. I've taken 4 AP classes already. And my AP Calculus teacher bought dozens of Princeton review books, and that's not his job. He bought dozens of them because we couldn't find them. They weren't provided for us. Calculators weren't provided for us for our AP Calculus class, but luckily we were able to find a donation. The money doesn't just benefit the students, but it will also help the economy once the students are in college. If a student passes an AP exam, that saves the student from having to pay for the classes, meaning if they go to a UC school, it would be about $3,000 per class per student. They can spend that money on something else that would help boost their economy. Thank you.
Jonathan Wynn, 4982 Santa Cruz Avenue. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, President Jackson, Superintendent Koba, I'm the AP Calculus teacher at the Crawford Educational Complex, and I'm here today to ask you to extend your support for the Advanced Placement Program at our school. In the past few years at Crawford, I have seen both enrollment numbers and pass rates increase dramatically in our AP program. For example, in just 1 year, our enrollment in AP Psychology grew from 18 to 40, and AP Calculus has grown from 15 to 74. As the AP Calculus teacher of 74 students in one small, cramped lecture hall on the Crawford campus, I can tell you how desperately we need your support. I find myself conducting lessons on a chalkboard, and students are forced to take notes on their laps. We at Crawford have a plan for advanced placement success, and I hope that you join us in supporting our students by extending the AP grant. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Naima Tucker, and I'm in 8th grade at the Language Academy. When I found out that I was placed in advanced algebra and Spanish classes this year, I was ecstatic. Academic achievement is very important to me, not only for the rewards, but to be able to attend an Ivy League university. Well, I guess that would be a reward in itself. I know that attending advanced placement courses can help me achieve this goal. Being able to take AP and college courses will give me a competitive advantage. This is why I am asking you to give the AP Action Plan your highest level of support. I hope that someday you will be able to proudly say, this graduate from San Diego Unified School District is now a graduate from Harvard with honors. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Katie Anderson. I'm the chair of the GATE DAC. And first of all, I just wanted to say to you, Ms. Jackson, that this is not a pet project. And aren't we all impressed with these students? And I also wanted to talk about what kind of the facts are. Number one, last December, this board, two of you were not part of it, but made a commitment across the district for parity across the district of AP availability. We're working on that. You also asked for an action plan. This is an action plan. The money is there. It's already been allocated, or it's available. It's for PD. Title II funding is PD money. Over the summer, you approved the book appropriations for AP. That was showing your commitment. This is another chance to show commitment for this. The AP grant supported Claremont, Crawford, Lincoln, Morse, and San Diego for 3 years. That's over tomorrow. The AP2 grant can only support these particular schools: Kearney, Madison, Sarah, Point Loma, Mission Bay, and Hoover. Those other schools don't get that support. And it's one thing to have the classes, to offer the classes. It's another thing to support those teachers, to be able to support those students so that they do well and pass those tests. Those tests, passing those tests, helps them move on. It boosts their security. It's good for them. I also wanted to say that this is a way to engineer rigor into our school system with a reverse vertical teaming mechanism. When you are setting the bar high, it supports your AG. The AG that you've been talking about, having AP supports your AG plan, and you're working backward. People will shoot for that bar. So please, please support this. It's Title II money. It's meant for this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Roxanne Pompilio, and I teach AP World History, AP Government, and AP Macroeconomics at the School of Creative and Performing Arts. And I'm also here in support, continued support of the grant. I also score for the AP World test. I've been a reader for the last 5 years and have noticed that the complexity of the test changes from year to year, so it's not enough to just go to one professional development. Teachers need to continue to attend professional development so that they are able to adapt to the new strategies and the new format of the tests. The tests are scored by high school teachers as well as college professors, so it's a collaborative process. And I've seen a lot of growth over the last 3 years, both with my own students and the students that are now being supported by the current grants. And with some of the changes in the exams, I think it's very important that we continue our professional development. I still continue to go, even though I've been teaching the class for a while, and I've seen my own scores shoot from like 50% in AP World to about 80%, even though we've had a change of, we've had more students over time. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Bill Lane. I'm the principal at Champs at the Crawford Educational Complex. I just want to reiterate how proud we all are of all of these students, an outstanding calculus teacher. And I want to personally invite the board to come to Crawford. We're doing some great things at the Crawford Educational Complex, and we want to invite you anytime. Please come, see the great things, the powerful teaching and learning that's taking place on our campus, and please support this initiative. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Arturo Cabello, 40275 Torrey Pines Road in the city of Murrieta, California. I am also one of the principals of the School of ID at the Crawford Educational Complex, and I'd like to tell you that when I took this position, I was a colleague of Barbara Flom's. She was overseeing the Advanced Placement Program grant for San Diego schools, and I was overseeing the Advanced Placement grant for San Diego County, and it was my responsibility to oversee this grant in 37 middle schools and high schools only in San Diego North County. And the one consistent element in all of those plans, they were all successful, was professional development. So it's a very resounding thing for us to hear and to remind you that professional development on a continual basis, not only for the new teacher, but the veteran teacher, is a very important thing to consider. Now back to Crawford, where we are having some incredible, spectacular results from our AP program. We need more teachers that are enthusiastic, creative, and inventive, like Mr. Wynn and his assistant, Becky Breedlove. We also need more students just like this that have the academic potential that has gone untapped because we don't have properly trained teachers to see the academic potential in the students that are all over Crawford campus. The initiative that is placed before you will bring those students and identify them at the 8th grade, because we are working on vertical teaming with Mann Middle School to the Crawford campus. I want to say one thing about access and equity, which is something that is resounding through the College Board and has been a consistent mantra for many, many years, is that access without adequate preparation is an empty promise. And the adequate preparation for these students to succeed is a highly trained, highly qualified professional development program for advanced placement teachers. And I want to remind you of one other very important thing, is that when you highly train an advanced placement teacher, they don't only have access to advanced placement students on campus. On a daily basis, they see hundreds of other general ed students that will have access to advanced placement courses in their general ed classes. So thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. My name is Eleanor Juanita Evans, and my address is 6905 Skyline Drive, San Diego 92114. I teach AP Psychology at Morris High School in Southeast San Diego. All of my students are ethnic minorities. To be enrolled in Morris's AP classes is not just an opportunity to earn college placement, it is a lifeline. Nearly 40% of the Morris students are in foster care or reside in group homes. AP classes give them the nurturing and high expectation of wanting to stay in school and achieve. AP classes enable the Morris student to utilize habits of mind and academic skill strategies needed for preparation to achieve in any college or university. Morris's AP classes reinforce the concept of a learning community and insulates Morris students from the Southeast community subculture and underground street scenes that so many of our students face daily. It is in the AP classes where students can escape from the jeers and jaunts of their peers for wanting to be academically successful and can safely prepare and demonstrate academic success. AP classes, again, are our students' lifeline for meeting the challenges and ignoring the temptations of today and being better prepared for a better tomorrow to be a more positive participant in our community. Please, I encourage you to support the AP program. Thank you.
Madam President, board members, Mr. Superintendent, my name is Stan Murphy from 520 Azalea Street, 91911. I teach at the San Diego High School of International Studies. I teach the AP International Baccalaureate program. We are an International Baccalaureate program school. Like our young student representative from La Jolla High School, we are very proud that we've been recognized as one of the top 100 high schools in the country. We are particularly proud because we know the journey that we've taken to get there. And part of that was from the board supporting our program by several years ago, calling for all of our teachers to post and bid and make a commitment to rigor in the classroom. And we shifted over to an International Baccalaureate program. We became a writing academy, and I saw a change in our students almost immediately. The students were the same students, but the teachers were better prepared. Professional development that they received, of course, made us all better teachers, and that helped our students to achieve and get the success that they've had. I'm convinced, based on my experience and my years of teaching, 33 years of teaching at San Diego High School, 39 overall, and my research, that if you want to close the achievement gap, that you have to elevate the instruction, you have to elevate the expectations, and you do that best by improving professional development for the teachers. We work hard on that at our school, and we've seen great success. The superintendent's initiative last year to get more students to take the exam helped us a great deal, almost doubled the number of students that took the AP exam in my classes. And at the same time, the percentage of students passing went up. We still were above the national average. In the International Baccalaureate program, our passing scores are far above international. Some of our teachers have 100% passing rate in their courses. They do an outstanding job. So our students, and we have this very diverse population. All of our students are encouraged to go into the program. So I encourage you to support the AP program.
Thank you. You want to have a seat? We're going to do board comments now. Those were all the speakers. Thank you. Mr. Morris, Mr. Mitchell, and there was one other person up here with you. I see her over there. I'll go first, and then, of course, we'll do our round. I've been very critical, and let me explain to you why I've been so critical. The first question, my concern is Title II funding. Who is responsible for Title II funding?
Actually, Title II funding is used for professional development, and it's distributed throughout specific departments in terms of how that takes place.
How is it allocated per department? I guess.
Well, we can give you a total breakdown,
okay.
But it goes to several different areas.
The reason why I'm asking this is because my concern comes from this, and I noticed that when I first came up, people said, "Why were you chuckling?" I was chuckling because this write-up was the almost exact same one that was given for the grant, which is I understand why it is the exact same one that was given for the grant. And my concern was that we had a grant, and now we were replicating something else, and we were using some funds that really the question, because I don't like people using other people's funds. And I'm not knowing who these funds belong to. I don't know if they're curriculum and instruction funds or somebody else's funds. And people say staff development. Well, it seems to me staff development should come under somebody. Somebody should be responsible for Title II funds and how it's spent, and not just left up in the air to decide, who what programs may come up, because we are, and I'll just say for me, I'm very clear that when it is something related to GATE or high achieving students, people do come down and they speak very clearly and very passionately, and I appreciate that. The concern for me is that how these Title II funds was allocated in the beginning, okay, because what I don't want is you taking money from someplace else because of this particular item. Not saying the AP is not important, because that's why we went after the grants. And then the next question becomes, during those grant cycles, we had our staff people going to staff development. We should have records of those people going to staff development. And so now we're saying staff development again when I heard a child come up here and mention supplies. I'll continue doing the next round. Who else wants to speak, please?
This is a no-brainer. We need to support this program, period. That's over. I mean, I don't think any of us oppose it, so why don't we just vote? Call for the question.
Well, I did have a question, though. It doesn't seem that every high school is represented. How exactly is this? Is this net going to be cast?
All of the high schools will either be represented through this action plan or through the API 2 grant. So all schools would actually be covered in terms of the staff development we're talking about.
All right. I just wanted to make sure every high school, because the little section I was reading, it seemed like Sarah and Hoover were skipped, and those were two schools that most definitely need this kind of support.
Actually, they're a part of the APIP second
larger,
grant.
That's
Point
more
Loma,
central.
Mission Bay, Kearney, Sarah, and Hoover.
Okay.
And Madison are the 6 schools.
I suspected that the fault was mine, so thank you. Okay. Well, I've already voted, so.
Well, the question has been called, but I think that the board should be entitled to know what is not being done with Title II funds since we're approving this item. Thank you.
It'll be fine.
It passes 5-0.
And I will.
We're going to take a break for about 10 minutes.
I will check on 75 students in one class. I know everybody took a note.
No, we're going to spend the money for staff there.
I wrote that down too. 75 kids in one class.
Well, that's because they offered it as an add-on.
They did. I understand, but we got to figure out how to get money on this.
Well, there's only one teacher. What do you do? tell them that they'll only have 25?
How you doing? Very good.
Teacher's ready to teach them. Because there's not another teacher to teach them. Well, you need to flip a coin to see who gets the class. I don't know.
The whole point was... I made sure I turned it off.
I don't understand why you...
That was the whole idea, is why everyone was feeling different and how all
I'm pretty good.
Could you close out that when I had opened up, I wanted to
See tater tots. Lunch at some local schools in the cafeteria is now gourmet. Middle schoolers and high schoolers in the San Diego Unified School District will come back to class and find a brand new menu. Students can enjoy salads, wrap sandwiches, chicken teriyaki bowls, even turkey burgers, and a spinach salad. There will also be carts that feature Italian, Mexican, or barbecue-themed dishes.
We're going to continue this with students, meeting with them throughout the year, talking to them about what's working, what's not working, and how we can continue to create new menu ideas that will be interjected throughout the whole year.
Students also don't need to worry about digging into their backpacks for lunch money. The new system allows students to use their school ID cards like a debit card.
Students at San Diego Unified get a brand new gourmet menu. I'm Jeff Savely. Our taste test results coming up on News 8.
This is News 8 at 5.
Come and get it. Those words are music to youngsters' ears when they're at school and it's time for lunch.
And there are some additions to the lunch menu this year within the San Diego Unified School District. News 8's Jeff Zevely joins us now with a preview of what some local high and middle schoolers can expect on their plates.
Yeah, and keep in mind these students are enjoying their last few days of freedom. So you can imagine it takes a lot to drag these students into school before their summer break ends. But that is exactly what 50 kids did today when they were offered free food.
It's good.
Students say tasty teriyaki bowls and penne pasta are a major upgrade from last year's mystery meat.
It used to be like it was undercooked, I think.
But this year, students will savor a brand new menu that includes the High Tide Grill, Surfside Classics, the Baja Beach, and 3 other booths
This is a really good spinach salad.
with their favorite foods.
We're trying to bring pickup sticks, the Olive Garden to them in a very nutritious, healthy way.
When kids try to survive on chips and Gatorade, school officials say they're not prepared to learn.
And many kids, if they're just eating junk food, then they're not getting the nutrients to grow.
Because most students only get 40 minutes for lunch, many admit they just skip it.
The lines were long, so I didn't really care for it.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So you didn't eat because it took too long to get your meal?
Yeah. The cafeteria lines are really long.
A new kiosk system should make eating faster, and the food should taste better. The students picked it themselves.
It just looks healthier. The teriyaki bowl is really awesome.
Oh, it's good.
For 3 months last year, 500 students sat on focus groups telling school officials what needed to change.
And so it's nice that they really listen to the student opinion and weren't just, have a group of adults saying, oh, this is good, this is good.
Students demanded restaurant quality, and did the schools deliver?
Tastes like restaurant food, if you ask me. Kind of like Panda Express, but, a little schoolish, just a tad.
Will you be eating on campus now?
Yeah, it's really good. Yes, I am. This is much better than years past.
I've been eating on campus, and this will encourage me to eat even more.
The first day of school is next Tuesday, September 8th, and won't the students be surprised? Most have no idea a new menu awaits. Coming up new at 6:30, we'll tell you about a new, faster way for the students to pay for their food. And Here's a look at some of the new items on the menu.
Yeah.
These foods will be available to the mid-schoolers, the high schoolers, and the elementary school kids will get the teriyaki bowl.
I'm glad
Very
to hear
cool.
that because that's the healthiest option here. That's a good little snack there.
You can see some that will look popular. The wrap with the chicken inside of it looks like something that kids will grab. They like to be able to walk and talk while they're eating with their mouth full, of course. And that's perfect food to just grab with your hand. Don't need any utensils like some of the other ones.
I'm hoping some will go for the Caesar salad too because it's got all that beautiful white chicken meat in there, and they need that protein for the afternoon without a lot of fat. That looks wonderful. And if you have the penne pasta with that, that'd be a good sort of well-rounded meal.
And a lot of fruit
I'm looking for all the healthy options, and they're probably going to bypass it all. But I'm really impressed with the teriyaki bowl too. I hope they like it.
And that was a crowd favorite today. The teriyaki bowl went over very well.
All right, good deal.
Lots of veggies, lots of rice, little carbs for the afternoon so they don't fall asleep.
Little carbs.
All right. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Got it.
Students with San Diego Unified School District may have had the summer off, but the cafeteria staff has been hard at work crafting a completely new menu. Tonight, Jeff Zevely tells us how school officials hope faster and fresher food will lead to a better education.
And the teriyaki bowl is really awesome.
A new school year means a brand new menu.
You know, the days of macaroni and cheese and hot dogs and meatloaf, they're long gone.
Students admit they used to look at the cafeteria food and think
that I definitely want to brown bag it for a little while longer.
I wouldn't, they wouldn't even try it.
But this year, students will savor 6 new booths that include the Walk-In Bowl, Rigatoni's, the High Tide Grill, and 4 other favorite food groups.
It just looks healthier.
That's the goal. Fresh food that's so fast, students aren't tempted to skip lunch.
Last year, I didn't eat that much during school.
Along with bad-tasting food, another problem was the long lines.
To help make lunch even faster, this year students don't even have to remember a PIN number. They just swipe their debit card to pay.
Students should like the new menu. They picked it themselves.
What good is it to make food and just sit there and waste it?
For 3 months, 500 students sat on focus groups telling school officials what needed to change.
And so it's nice that they really listen to the student opinion.
Will you be eating on campus now?
Yeah, it's really good.
Yes, I am.
It's really good.
You can be honest.
It's really, really good.
This is just like something that I would have at home instead of something that you would get on a cart.
It's good.
Jeff Zevely, News 8.
San Diego Unified students at all middle and high schools will start enjoying the new menu when classes are back in session next Tuesday. Elementary school students will be served the new teriyaki bowls as well.
Que comer sano no tiene que ser o tiene que ser aburrido, no ha visto la nueva opción de comidas que tendrán los alumnos de secundarias de San Diego. Es un innovador sistema de distribución de alimentos y menús más variado al que tendrán acceso los jóvenes en una especie de carritos que se instalarán en los patios de sus escuelas. Ofrecerán comida italiana, asiática, mexicana, ensaladas y hamburguesas, entre otros.
Es más nutritivo, es más saludable, esperemos que les guste mucho y sigan queriendo ordenar, comprar las mismas comidas.
Con la credencial de su plantel, los muchachos podrán pagar sus comidas y obtener un subsidio, pues a través del internet se le podrá poner dinero a esas tarjetas.
This is the KUSI News at 6:30.
Chips and soda step aside. Some new foods on the menu for local students who got to taste the newest school lunch selections today. Students from Mission Bay High School and other campuses in the San Diego Unified School District got to sample the new choices offered for lunches this year. The expansion brings a food court kind of a feel to both middle and high schools. There will also be more cart locations offering themed menu items ranging from Italian foods to Asian cuisine to traditional American fare.
We have new menu themes out, new menu items. They're nutritious, they're quick, they're easy for the kids to get to. We've increased the points of service on the campuses so the kids can have an easy, quick way to get their lunches, eat, and get back to what they want to do.
The expanded choices here are designed to encourage more students to have an actual lunch and not just chips and soda.
I'm David Davis. We're at Barnard Mandarin Chinese Magnet School, where, yes, these kids and many others will be listening to the president this morning at 9 o'clock. But we are also here to talk about that Mandarin Chinese program on the first day of school. All right.
Good morning, San Diego.
Barnard Elementary School, finding out how that school plans to handle the president's speech today. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Sandra. Good morning, Dan. Yes, we are keeping politics out of the classroom here at Barnard Elementary School. They are more focused on their Mandarin Chinese magnet school that gets underway here today. It's kindergartens through fifth graders, actually. And joining me this morning is the principal of the school, Eddie Park, to talk more about the Mandarin Chinese. Good morning to you.
Ni hao, ni hao.
Now, first of all, though, we can't leave out the elephant in the room, because that is happening at 9 o'clock this morning, that the president is going to be talking. You are keeping politics completely out of this. You're just going to have your kids do what?
Yes, we're fully in concentration of making sure that our students are excited about having a choice to come to our school, one of the most unique schools in San Diego Unified School District, where we are concentrating on teaching our students to speak Mandarin Chinese language, one of the widely spoken languages in the world. With 1.3 billion in population, we want to make sure our students are interacting globally as they grow up. And so this morning, what we are going to do is, it's a very busy morning since it's the first day. So we are getting all the students into the auditorium for a quick message of welcome. And then about 9 o'clock, we will all gather together in the auditorium to see President Obama give us a speech on the importance of education.
Oh boy, this one I want to talk about somehow.
Good evening.
Are we talking GATE?
We're talking about GATE.
Huh?
That's our next topic.
Okay, you better sit down because I got some stuff to talk about. When you're finished.
I should go sit down.
No. I'm not the enemy.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next item, which is G06.
7. 6. Isn't it? Oh, 6? Yeah, you're right.
Reading is essential. Okay, Mr. Koba.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to have Marcia please present recommendation from the Gifted and Talent Education Program to eliminate GATE testing after grade 5. Marcia.
Yes, thank you. We are hoping to be able to continue with the universal testing at grade 2. We would like to have another review of students at grade 5 before they go into middle school. And those would be students, we would look at those who had been tested before to see if they might get a higher score. Maybe they're cluster students and they would like to get into the GATE seminar program. And we would also like to test students grades 2 through 5 who are new to our school district. Continue to do that.
Okay.
Got a motion? You have a second?
I'll make a second, but I want to talk to the whole issue.
Of course you can. That's all right. Okay, go for it.
All right, so now it's my turn? Yeah, okay. Well, I'm looking at the document that it's a draft, I admit.
Yes.
It's for the evaluation for school site GATE placement, and I think it is for the people who are not in the GATE system by the time they get to secondary school.
Yes.
All right. Now, and I guess I have to examine what and you can verify that if I'm wrong, but my original impression about GATE, by the way, the GATE program was started by my high school biology teacher, so that's how old it is. And the time, actually, we talked about it because there are a lot of things teachers talk about with their kids that aren't necessarily biology. But the point he made, and the point was made early on about GATE in the system, was that GATE kids were not necessarily high achievers. They were highly intelligent by whatever measure, everything from Stanford Binet, which was discredited, and later now we're into Raven, and all this other stuff, the cultural bias question and all. I'm not going to get into that. But there are a group of kids that are very smart, and they're so smart they learn differently. Okay? Therefore, it's sort of like special ed. They need an adaptive kind of curriculum, a teacher who understands how to expand their mind and get them to reach at learning in a different way. Okay? And the vision wasn't an entitlement for kids who are smart. If you're smart, you're in AP, you're in advanced classes, you're already achieving. But I'm looking at this document, and this document looks to me like, okay, you're not going to get tested, so you want to get in the program in high school. You need to do well, like above the 90th percentile in these tests. I'm not going to read them all, but Stanford Benet's in there, believe it or not, and Raven is. And then I go down to achievement, and you have to be in the top 10% of achievement. That doesn't fit the model I just described. Okay? So wait a minute. So then we just got... let me finish, please. I'll give up my next time.
I yield my time.
All right. So then we just got through... And we need a segue into AP. Because the AP kids are the ones that... I would expect this to be like an application for AP. You got the kid has to do in the top 10% in the academic areas. That's a pretty good candidate for AP. Also has to be very smart. That's also AP. But now I got two. Let me just visualize a high school. In a high school, I got an AP class over here in, let's say, AP biology, and I got a gifted biology class. Why aren't they in the same class? Why are we spending all this money on classes we're trying to fill? Because this class is small and this class is small when we've got the same content and we need to reach those kids. Now, admittedly, it would be beautiful if the AP teachers were all GATE certified, therefore they'd know how to modify the curriculum to handle that. But the other delivery model would be if you're an underachiever GATE in an AP class, that you get some other kind of support from a resource person who can help you in your AP class rather than have a whole class. You know what I mean? Okay, so my problem with this is it looks like we got two paths going up like this, and what we got to a point where we're going to save some money, so we're not going to test everybody. And the next step is, after we decided we're not going to test everybody, we want the classes to be big enough, so we let the schools decide how to fit the kids into the class. This is the form, and we're now mixing kids that should have been in an AP class in the first place. That's my problem. And if I'm talking about resources, which if you're not talking about resources in California, we're nuts, then I can't see why we're not saying, okay, gifted program is for underachievers, documented underachievers. When they get to a certain point, like middle school, then if they're achieving, they ought to go straight into AP programs, advanced classes. And if they're not achieving, they get, I'll call it GATE support.
Okay.
I'm done.
Dr. Evans?
Am I allowed to comment on?
Please.
These are just guidelines. There's something that especially the high schools have been asking for many years, so that they can take students who may be coming, especially ones who are coming in new to the district. We haven't tested at high school in probably 20-something years. And this then gives them the two legs to stand on, where they can look at a child and look at a variety of things. Maybe they are low in achievement, but maybe they have high intellectual ability. Maybe there are lots of strong recommendations and GATE characteristics, but these are different areas for them to look at as sort of guidelines so that they can feel comfortable with making a placement of a student.
Why would they put somebody that was in the top 10% in a GATE program just because they're in the top 10% when their test scores didn't show it? Or whether they were, and why would you put somebody that was a genius, quote, top 1% or top whatever, in a class when they were achieving already? Because they would already be in the AP program and doing A's and B's and everything else in the most rigor. I'm not against rigor. Good Lord, I love it. But the point is, why do you mix these things up like this? Because it's confusing. It would be confusing to a parent. If a parent chose, for example, GATE biology, and the kid got an A in it, and the kid would also have gotten an A in in AP biology, there's a disadvantage for the kid for being in the GATE program because the AP biology gives them additional credits in college. So why should I have two options for gifted kids?
Well, we want lots of options for all kids, and especially at the high school level.
Not bad ones.
This is something. This is something that we've really worked on to provide more and more options for kids, all kids at the high school level. But we're going to be revisiting our program delivery models in the next few months. So you'll be seeing me again, and we'll be talking further about that.
Well, okay, all right. I'm hoping that we'll talk about what we're going to do in high school.
Okay, I've been waiting about 10 years for this discussion, and I'm speaking with my experience as a psychologist and having had kids go through GATE and seminar programs and so forth myself. The problem I have with making this modification is that the whole core issue is not being addressed, which is what is the purpose. And I understand, from years ago, the original purpose was to take extremely intelligent kids who were not performing due to social and other issues or a different style of learning, and they were put in a class and they were able to learn. It prevented some kids from dropping out of school and so forth. It just evolved in many cases into a group of high achievers. I've volunteered in seminar classes many times, for example, where there were many kids who did not need to be there and some who did need to be there. And so we get into the really fine-tuning of do you meet the 99.9 percentile, which is interesting because about 20 times more San Diego kids meet that than the national average, but which makes me proud of San Diego. But so there's the whole, what is the purpose of it in the first place? And this is what Mr. DeBeck was addressing in terms of if we are having, if a person is achieving or not achieving, and then the issue of their talents and abilities, we need to look at the intersection of that. And then when it's become more of an elite program, then we've started looking at equity in terms of offering it at all of the schools, and we're really getting away from which the original purpose is. And so if I were designing it, the criteria would be, first of all, extremely high intelligence and difficulty achieving in a general environment.
There you go.
And because we want all of our kids to succeed, and we've made the point, whether they're gifted or special ed, that they're going to have at least a year's growth every year. But if we just kind of throw them together, we're missing. Well, the problem with the criteria now is we're missing some kids who are extremely intelligent but not quite that percentile, who really need it. So they're missing out, and others who can succeed in other classes are being put in there. So I think we just need to back up.
I'll give you some of my time. I want to thank you all.
That's it. That's my soapbox.
Maybe you just want to vote. I don't know. Here's on my board in my office. There's 2 lines left, and one of them says GATE plan. And I just said this to Marcia the other day. Need to go back and revisit the GATE plan that's in the district. I will say to you that I've said to her, I've never been in a district where schools get to pick the model that they want to use, and then when those models are picked, they're not consistent across the district. So I would say to you that all of the issues and concerns that you've raised are perfectly legitimate, and I think that you do need to go back and review what does GATE currently mean and what does that program need to look like. For instance, and I've got some GATE parents out here who I've had a great relationship with, I hope, but I would say to you, I've never been in a district where GATE students were identified for high school. They actually would come in and take an AP course in the 9th grade if that's what was available. So I think, and I only say that because those are some things, and I think John DeBeck has said it very clearly, need to be looked at, that if we're pushing, we need to do that. And I need to stop talking, I know. So.
And we have actually spent the last year working on teacher training changes, testing identification changes, and program delivery model changes, working with all parents, teachers, administrators, kids, retired people, and I have not had a chance to present you with that yet, but you will be seeing it.
Right.
Today we're just talking about whether we should stop testing in 5th grade.
Okay, very quickly, Dr. Evans.
Okay, very briefly. I would just say I would say not support this measure right now, just not because of the details of it, but just to really make clear the message that we need to re-look at starting at the purpose, starting identification and everything, and when we're making one slight adjustment, that just is kind of a continuation of the program. I think that the GATE students need to be much better served, and all the schools. I mean, there's a lot that needs to be done, but I don't want to just do this little minor adjustment and not look at the whole thing.
May I say that part of the problem is that we were we are minus a psychologist, and also the senior psychologist position was eliminated. That's pretty drastic when you only have 5 psychologists left to test 15,000 kids. So that's part of the reason for asking.
A resource issue.
Yes.
It is resources.
Okay, I want to make sure I heard you correctly, because it seems to me like you're asking permission for something you're already doing. Because you said that you quit testing in the high schools a while back, that we were already in a mode where we didn't test in high schools. So basically you're asking permission for something that we aren't doing anyway.
No, 7th grade is we were testing universally at grade 2. Then we did a review at grade 5 and a review at grade 7.
Based on an application or recommendations by staff?
No.
Okay, just automatically?
No.
The parent would say, I want my kid tested?
We look at each case separately.
Well, it wasn't universal because everybody gets a screening in grade 2. You know, we say, okay, here's a place where the education that they've had in school is pretty uniform, but now we can find the kids that are really smart because we use Raven and it's nonverbal and all that stuff. Okay, then we say, okay, these are really gifted kids. Then we try again in the 5th grade. In the 5th grade, we don't test everybody. We crest some, and they might be tested for what reasons? Basically on somebody's recommendation. It might be a parent's request.
It doesn't go by, we don't go by recommendation.
Well, how do you find them?
We look at their records.
Of achievement?
Right.
Wow.
That's the problem.
Okay, so anyway, I rest my case. I honestly agree.
Could we let her finish? Okay. It's achievement, and there are also other factors.
There are other things that we look at, too.
Ms. Nakamura, please.
I would note to the board that this is a fiscal impact with potential cost savings to the district. They're not asking for more money. They're asking to spend less money, which, I have to say that I think this is one of the few times this has come in front of the board in this form. I think they are trying to straighten up their own house, but I would guess you sense a certain frustration up here on the board, which is actually one that I share, and it's, I think, something that we do need to work on. The definition of GATE. And, some of these populations, particularly the seminar students, I've said for years, are really a more vulnerable population, and we're not serving them. I agree, and I actually think I said it first with what Mr. DeBeck said, and that is that after high school, if you've got kids that are succeeding, maybe they don't need this little, life raft called seminar, called GATE, and they can go on to the AP classes and be successful. But there are students in high school that do still need this, that do still need that support, and they need it desperately. And those are really the kids that are truly at risk. So I guess what you're sensing up here, or hearing up here, I would hope is our frustration in that. Dr. Morris, you're leaving. What's the plan for GATE and reorganization? Is that going to be with our new deputy superintendent?
I think I'd better consult with her before I give you an answer.
Okay, but it's.
We'll do that.
I think, however, the board does tend to. We do like to tinker, as though we could solve all of these problems within 15 minutes up here on the dais. Dr. Evans probably could, but the rest of us, I'm not so sure of. I do think we need a focus and an exerted effort, because I share the frustration, but I don't want to fix it up here tonight. And I do like the fact that you're offering to save some money, but I suggest that we include parents and teachers and psychologists and people who actually know what they're doing.
Please vote, board members.
Okay.
It passes 3-2. Okay. The next item up is item H01. Item H01 is Operational Expectations Report OE12, Learning Environment, Treatment of Our Students. Mr. Koba.
President Jackson, today the board has before you a monitoring report on Operational Expectation Policy OE12. That's Learning Environment and Treatment of Students. This report contains an interpretation of the board's language, monitoring data, and a certification that we believe we are in compliance in all the areas. I'll defer now to Dr. Morris.
You have before you OE12, and you have to excuse me. I think my voice is getting ready to go, so I'm able to make it through.
Don't even try it.
I will try. But what you have before you is the learning environment and treatment of students that crosses a number of lines, including staff, students, and we have indicated that we are compliant in all those areas, and you have reviewed it, and we're prepared to ask questions. We can go through it point by point, but I don't think that's actually what you want us to do at this time.
Members?
Yeah, I got one.
Mr. DeBeck?
Is Rick here?
Rick?
John Powell. Well, okay. I've seen some documents in the emails and stuff, and I'll mention it now.
Yeah, we do have public speakers, though.
Well, then let them speak.
Okay, all right. Board members don't have any comment, public speakers. We have Rick Jenkau, and we have Guadalupe Orizo. We have Hana Luki, Shakina Chavez, and Beyonce, maybe Victorian. I like that, Beyonce, I think. She'll fix it for me if I'm wrong.
One of the speakers is not here. Sakina Shabazz she had to leave, so there's a substitute. Okay. I am Rick John Cow. I'm representing the Education Not Arms Coalition of San Diego. And on September 10th, our coalition sent a letter regarding a student privacy issue to the superintendent's office with copies to the general counsel and board. We've received no response so far, and because there's a critical time factor involved, we're bringing it to your attention now. The issue is that the district is distributing student enrollment forms that are pre-marked by computer to indicate that the parents are granting permission for the release of student information to military recruiters. We sent documentation of this in a packet with our letter, an abbreviated version of which I've just given to you today. Parents who contacted us about this have said that they never gave permission to release data to the military. Those who were knowledgeable about the issue scratched out an already checked yes box on their forms in order to protect their children's privacy. No doubt there are many more parents who did not realize they could do this because the enrollment form doesn't explicitly say they can scratch out boxes. We know that the law does require districts to release a high school student's contact information to recruiters if the parent or student has not opted out. But the law does not allow a district to make the opt-out decision for parents and students, which is exactly what is being done with these pre-marked enrollment forms. We have confirmed so far the use of these pre-marked forms at 3 high schools, the San Diego Cooperative Charter School, and an elementary school. And that's with very little effort on our part to do any kind of polling or surveying. These are people who came to us voluntarily. We suspect that this is a practice that's occurring district-wide and is affecting many, many more students than that. And clearly it's not an isolated problem, so we're asking the district to do the following to protect student privacy. First, immediately stop issuing enrollment forms that are pre-marked as I've described. Second, delay the fall release of student information to the military until the problem is adequately addressed. Third, mail a letter to the homes of all secondary students, just as the district has done in the past, notifying them and their parents about their right to opt out before contact information is given to the military. And in the past, when the district has done that, it included a form and a pre-stamped return envelope. And fourth, modify the enrollment form to make it clear in the future that students and parents have a right to deny permission to release student information to the military.
Voy a hablar en español, ella me va a interpretar. Buenas noches a todos ustedes. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Orozco y soy mamá de las estudiantes. Soy mamá de estudiantes del distrito. Mi preocupación es la siguiente. En uno de los documentos,
My name is Guadalupe Rosco. My daughter is currently attends the San Diego School District, and I have come to represent a group of concerned parents from the district. And I'm going to translate for her.
Thank you.
En uno de los documentos de inscripción de mi hija estaba solo en inglés y algunas de las opciones que estaban ya premarcadas con un sí decía que el distrito daría información personal de mi hija a las Fuerzas Armadas. Yo tengo entendido que tanto mi hija como yo tenemos derecho a decir no o sí. Por eso les pregunto a ustedes, ¿cómo se supone que yo debo saber sobre esto? Lo que sí me preocupa, sé que muchos de los padres están confundidos al igual que yo y están preocupados y no saben qué es lo que van a hacer si empiezan a recibir este tipo de llamadas por las Fuerzas Armadas a sus casas. Les pido disculpas, estoy un poco nerviosa y al igual también estoy aquí para exigiendo por el grupo de padres que nos den una respuesta a esta interrogativa. Al igual les pido por favor que nos ayuden a aclarar este malentendido y que cualquier información que sea dada a nosotros que no hablamos inglés, por favor se nos envíe en español para así saber cuáles son nuestros derechos. Y es todo. Gracias.
On my child's enrollment form, some of the questions were already pre-marked as yes. One of these questions was about giving the military all my child's personal information. Someone told me that I have the right and my child has the right to say no to this. But how am I supposed to know that? I know that a lot of parents are confused and worried that they don't understand what they're supposed to do if they don't want the military calling their houses. Can you explain it to me? Can you fix this problem and send something to the parents so that they will understand their rights? And for the parents that don't speak English, please send it in Spanish. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Tanya Lukin, and I'm one of the parents from a student from this district. I am here today because the district sent home misleading, confusing, and incomplete instructions about our rights to keep our information private. It makes me think that the mistake on the enrollment form was intentional. Some people in this district want to help the military recruit new soldiers more than they want to help our children go to college. We are asking you to protect us by not giving the military our information until you notify all district parents of their rights. This is the law. The information that you send home needs to be bilingual, and it needs to explain our options. This is called opting out. I learned that as soon as October, the military will ask you for our personal information. They have the right to do this under the No Child Left Behind, but you do not have to give it to them in October. This is still the time for you to do the right thing. You have the obligation to give me the opting not to have them contact my child. You need to make the military wait until you have fulfilled your legal duty to let all families out. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Deontay Victorian. I go to Lincoln High School. I'm a sophomore, and I received. Oh, hello. Did you hear me? Everyone?
Yeah.
Oh, and I received information about the on the enrollment form about question 20 number 8 about giving the information to the military, and I think it's acceptable, and that I don't think I expect it from the board, and it's kind of giving us a mixed message of whether we should follow the path toward going toward the military or going to college, and many of my other students received a form that says it's okay to release our info to private and public colleges, and I was concerned about a form that was in the packet for Lincoln High School. It was in Mission Bay. It was a form about college used to get the information to college recruiters, but there was no form in the Lincoln. It was only in the Mission Bay. The other one was about the military. And administration from our school have not answered our question about the problem, so I'm expecting an answer from the Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hey, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to support the recommendations that the speakers have brought up, and I guess I need some guidance in how to do that. Is it, can we make a motion on this issue tonight?
The agenda item is
I understand.
This, and that we just do not in compliance or compliance with noted exception.
Can I get a from our council sort of what? So if I wanted to make a motion to do, for instance, the following things. Number one, make sure that going forward that the form about the option of releasing your information to military recruiters is not pre-marked. That number two, the form is translated, and number three, that because families, submitted this form with the fact that the form is already pre-marked and not translated, meaning that many families opted against, without their knowledge, really, and without their full consent, to release their information to military recruiters. That we then send notices to all parents in the district, informing them of their rights to opt out. So two pieces of the motion I would like to introduce would be looking forward, that we no longer pre-mark these forms, and number two, that they're translated. And then the third piece of it is now correcting a mistake that was made. So my question is, can I introduce this motion tonight? Does this have to be noticed for the next board meeting?
Well, I think this falls into the category of something that wasn't specifically on the agenda, but in response to speakers, the board can give direction to staff.
Okay.
And so I think you can give that direction to staff. I can also say that I have seen this letter. It has been assigned to an attorney in legal services, and I think Sid Salazar has been looking into it also. So the staff work is already in progress. Okay. I don't know the exact status of it right now, but with direction from the board, we can certainly proceed along those lines.
That's a motion. I second it.
Okay, well,
Nakamura.
Yeah, well, before we go making motions, I'd like to have an investigation because I can tell you that were this the case, that I think the parents at my school would be up in arms about this. I don't. I'm also wondering on this form, how are you engaged in migrant work? How that gets checked off as no. And do you want your child to be unlisted in the school directory? How that also gets checked as no. So, it's kind of weird that we're checking anything for parents at all. And is that, Dr. Morris, do you have an explanation?
Well,
or do we actually know if this occurred? Or
I think that what Mark is saying is very true, is that we're investigating to find out where this has happened. Now, I would tell you that I wouldn't tell you that it has happened or not happened. I think we have folks who have come forward and said that it is happened. I think that they're absolutely correct. If that is what happened, it needs to be corrected. They need to be notified, and they need to be given an option.
But it's before we set off a panic across the entire district. I think due diligence and responsible behavior is that, I don't think, I'm tempted to go down to this particular high school myself and just go through all the records and see how many of them have this, if any at all. Well, I could do that in an hour. So, it's...
I think at the high schools, if that has, where that has occurred, then it does need to be corrected. And I think as a staff, then that's what we would do, just based on what we've heard tonight.
Yeah, but just sending it out district-wide, willy-nilly, let's find out what the facts are first and do an investigation, which I think could be done before the end of the week. And if this is correct, if this has happened within the district, then we do need to take corrective actions, and people do need to be notified. Well, we shouldn't be checking off in advance any of these questions whatsoever, and it seems odd to me. I mean, the date on this is that it was printed on June 22nd, which seems an odd sort of a date also, but at any rate, I would recommend that we do some sort of investigation first, because I don't want to alarm parents and create some sort of hysteria throughout the district unnecessarily and cause concern. That just seems to be irresponsible. On the other hand, if it did occur, certainly we need to take steps.
Please.
Okay. Well, I'm going to devise a strategy to deal with the motions that didn't fit. If we check off, for example, if we say compliance with noted exception, or if we not in compliance, and then we say remonitoring, we say whenever, then what we can say is the issue, and it goes down below, we can describe it. The issue is that we believe that some bad questionnaires were put out to the parents and
Possibly.
asking. And honestly, I'm as mad about the migrant worker question as I am about, because it might as well say, are you an illegal immigrant? The question really isn't that, because there are legal migrant workers. The state of California actually has a...
If you're a migrant worker, it makes you eligible for funds. We need that information.
Sure, but that's a data system that you can get. In Fresno, you can find out if they were in school in Calexico. I mean, there's a data system already in place in California for migrant workers' kids.
That's how they collect the data, is by asking this question.
But then, here we got a question that says, are you now engaged in migrant work? And then we check no. What's that all about?
Yeah.
That's a presumption, and it basically, you're falsifying a record for somebody to use it for whatever your own selfish interests are. Or you're getting out of having to report them because they're a migrant worker. That's not right.
Yeah,
so the question is, could we say, because of the agenda item it says that they're in compliance, I can't say they're in compliance on this? And so this is a noted exception, in my opinion, and I expect it to come back for remonitoring in 2 months.
So OE, what number would you put this under?
I would move that we indicate this is not in compliance with a noted exception, and that we remonitored it in 2 months.
Well, I think we need to take quicker action than that, because
it gives them
Mr.
wiggle room.
Rivera, please.
Yeah, so I agree with what Ms. Nakamura just said. I mean, I support, what Mr. DeBeck is saying about, that we have a noted exception here and that we need to, come back with the monitoring report. I certainly support an investigation for how this happened. But the issue is this information being released now to military recruiters? And we need to stop the information getting there before it happens. And so, I feel that there is a sense of urgency, to get the information, out to parents. I don't know particularly that creates a sense of hysteria. I think the reality that this did happen, which is obvious, probably happened across the district. I think parents need to know now.
Well, can we check that tomorrow? I mean, Sid, what's the problem with going to a high school, pulling them all out and looking at them and figuring it out?
The steps we will take is starting tomorrow morning, we will immediately check every enrollment form that went out from every high school. Then we will correct whatever actions need to be taken, because this is not appropriate. It's not appropriate to have a pre-filled out form. And I will be the first to tell you that actually today is the first time I've heard that. Otherwise, I can tell you that we actually would have been looking at some other...
Okay, can we let...
It's like Mr. Lagasse has got something to add.
I haven't seen this form, but I'm wondering, this is sounding a lot like the CalPADS certification data that was sent to parents. That was a form that was pre-slugged and sent to parents to confirm, is this information correct? There was a cover... Is this not... If this isn't the form, I'm not sure that this is the right venue to address this, but there was a cover letter sent with an enrollment form that was pre-slugged with data that the district had in Zangel, and it's part of our CalPADS compliance with the state that we need to go back to parents and say, is this the accurate information? If
So
it's
it's
not,
confirming
make corrections
document.
and submit it back. I'm wondering if this is the form that they're referring
So then
to.
the question is this, okay, so we can get through to the end of this matter. Number one, can we verify what went with this entirety, the whole packet? All we got is the second page or part of it. Number two, give us an update on the status of the evaluation that has the investigation that has been done to date. If SID's been working on it up to now, what is the status of that? Okay. Number three, when we look at the forms at the school sites and parents that may have their forms been marked incorrectly, I think that certainly we want the parents to know their rights. We can do that through Connect Ed, so that they are familiar with their rights, that type of thing. But maybe you can give us some examples of how we can get this done cost effectively. I agree we don't want to just mail out a bunch of letters with return stamp envelopes because that we need to find a way to correct this. Number one, identify it, what it is, and what has happened to date as far as investigation, what differences we may have had, what's out there now, and how we connect with our parents after that.
And I would suggest that we report back on October the 6th, which
absolutely.
is a week from now.
Absolutely.
To be able to give you an update on all that.
I think you could report back. I'd like to know what the result of the investigation is tomorrow when you guys find out.
I just wanted to support what Mr. DeBeck said, Mr. Barrera said, which is basically move that we accept with this noted exception, and then we also do what Mr. Barrera said, which is empower the administration to investigate and take appropriate corrective action, not waiting for us, and that then come back at the following meeting in 2 weeks and report on what happened.
Yeah, this can't wait 2 weeks.
Okay. Well,
That's my motion.
The meeting is next week, so it's not waiting 2 weeks.
All right.
Okay, so let's go back to Operation Expectation OE12. And what I'm hearing is there a motion to accept it with a notable exception, and that notable exception would go...
OE what?
OE12, and we're trying to see where you want to put that notable exception.
It says what I says, the superintendent, there's not a number on it, the superintendent may not permit unnecessary or irrelevant collection of student information. That's the closest to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because it's giving information outside to the military that's not authorized, so that's
that privacy section.
Where are you at? Okay,
it's on
page 5.
at the very bottom. It's the very last one on online, at least. OE12. It says the superintendent may not permit.
Page 5 of 9.
Yeah, page 5. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, page 5.
Go on to page.
Okay.
Online, it's page 5.
Yes, on page 5. We would, where it says compliance, we would move that to...
What does the sentence say that you're looking at?
I'm just looking at the whole... it says the student will assure that all confidential student information is protected, is properly used and protected.
Oh, okay, that's even better than...
Now, wait a minute. Now, just being devil's advocate here, what if it turns out that this is not the case and that it's, in fact, a form that was sent back for verifying parents' choices, and that after the investigation yields that there was not a problem, are we going to go back and amend this form as to not in compliance?
I would say that's because I've had other incidences recently that I've asked the staff to look into where people have had access to student information that should have had that access. So I think that there is a problem. The question becomes how we report those problems and how those problems get incorporated into this form.
I agree.
And so we have to, Mr. Kober, we have to, and staff, you have to give us a way so that when we are, like I was just mentioning, I did report this issue that occurred, but it didn't get to the report. So how do the concerns that we run across get into the report so that when we want to say with exceptions, it's not just one item coming in front of us at a board meeting, but it's a pile of all of them.
This
collection of
page
all
6
of them.
has a place for board comments, and page 5 has a place for the board to say not in compliance.
Right.
On the issue of confidential student information. So if I might say it, I'd suggest that we check not in compliance on the page 5 for the board, and then at the bottom on page 6, where there's a statement, say board of concern about the use of questionnaires that are pre-slugged for kids without a proper explanation for the parents. And then if you want to report back date, you want to make it next meeting, I don't care.
Yes.
And mine was volunteer having access to student private information that I reported.
Well, we don't have documentation of that, do we?
Yes, we do. We do. It's not here, but it's in. Yeah, it was turned into us. Yeah.
You mean parent volunteers or people working in the office?
Right.
Okay. So then you may want to put that in too, but that's still the same, not in compliance.
But that was my point. My point that when we get in our office that we are, taken care of, then that, how does that show up in this report? Because since that just happened at the beginning of the school year, I can remember it. But if you ask me that in November, January, I'm not going to remember that a parent called 3 months ago and was complaining about volunteer
I have
people.
absolute evidence that from district employees who have kids at schools that have said they had to cross this out intentionally and change it because they didn't agree giving their son's information out. So it's not a matter of whether it's been done. It has been done.
Okay.
Now the argument is what's going to be done about it.
No, I think we still need an investigation. So
exactly. Okay, so for this particular agenda item, the motion that I hear is that it is compliance with noted exception, and
date for
remonitoring. They said is 2 months. We're going to read an update in a week.
Right. And we report on the investigation next week on the 6th.
Right, but the date for monitoring is a couple of months.
But on the page, you have to check. It says here, not in compliance for OE12. We better check it.
Absolutely. I did.
That's what we did.
All right. But the general recommendation is
on the front page is compliant with noted exception.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the comments, you can put in the 2 exceptions if you want.
Call the question.
Okay.
That's on page.
He's calling for the question.
And I will assure you and the folks in the audience that we will put a stop to releasing any information to the military effective as of tomorrow morning.
Good.
Okay, until
this is resolved.
Yes, it's not that we're going to not do that until this is resolved.
The rest of your life.
What I was saying is we're not going to release any information until we have everything resolved. What I was trying to say is we're not going to get out information before this is resolved.
Okay. People, please vote.
Needs to vote.
So we vote for.
We're waiting on you, John.
Exceptions.
Yes.
There you go.
That passes 5-0.
Every vote has been 5-0.
Okay.
No, I voted
The
against
next
it.
item is, thank you, people, HO2, Operational Expectations, OE5, Financial Planning. Mr. Koba, Mr. Macias.
Thank you, President Jackson. We would like to present Operational Expectation, OE5, that is financial planning, and Chief Financial Officer will update you.
Good evening, President Jackson, Vice President Barrera, board members, and Superintendent Koba. My name is James Macias. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the school district. As you'll see in front of you, let's see what we got there. Not sure who's controlling this now. Okay, you got it. All right, thanks. So based on some pages that I just got earlier today, it looks like what was OE5 is going to be moved to OE6, financial planning, and what you folks have adopted. So if you'll look at the sheet that I submitted to you folks about a week or so ago and during agenda planning, you still see it as OE5 in this report.
And by your agreement, we were going to just complete this cycle through December, but we're on track.
And so we submitted this to Superintendent Koba within compliance based on a number of reasons. And for instance, if you'd like me to, I can refer you to some of the documentations. If you refer to page 2 on the actual, Cheryl, do you have the document itself? There you go, and if you just scroll to page 2. The superintendent shall develop and maintain a multi-year financial plan that's related directly to the board's results, priorities, and operational expectations. As you know, during last year's budget session, we had multiple workshops, about 15 of them. We also submitted the SACS report to the County Office of Education showing the 2009-10 budget plus the 2 out-year projections. And additionally, we've also developed and maintained a very successful budget book. So we think we're right on the mark there. If you look at page 3.
I'm there.
Okay. The superintendent will develop a budget that is in a format understandable to the board, et cetera, et cetera. Well, there's a couple items here. So the budget will be presented in 2 document formats. I have to always prepare a document that's based on the state California Education Code. So I have to always give you folks the California SACS account manual. I can't get away from doing that. That's law. That's state required.
But that doesn't have to be the only thing you said.
Okay,
I'm sorry?
I'd like to talk on that.
That doesn't have to be the only thing.
Right. And then the secondary thing that we have there, or maybe a lot of people would say the first thing, is the actual district's budget book that we've had in process now this fiscal year and the year before.
We're going to talk about all of this after, or are we? Okay, then I want to just remember me for 5.1.
I got you.
On slide 4, if you look at page 4, 5.2, our evidence is in the SACS report. The district properly records revenues and expenditures in their appropriate funds, in their proper resource, and in the appropriate object codes. So that's confirmed by the County Office of Education. It's also confirmed by external auditors. 5.3, page 5. Recently, we completed the fiscal year, the amount budgeted for each category for the fiscal year, and the amount budgeted for the next fiscal year. This really relates to, are you showing us what we have budgeted this year and what are our out-year projections? So as you'll remember, one of the things that we did last during the June 23rd budget adoption was we reconciled and balanced the 2011-12, 10-11, 11-12 fiscal years. As evidence, we provide this in the SACS report, and we believe that we properly record the revenue and expenses based on that reporting structure. 5.4, page 6, really the thing to highlight for me here is document also referred to as the district's budget book. So that was one of the things that I think a year or two ago Ms. Nakamura had a passion for, and President Jackson has picked up from that. And so we believe we provide this in multiple formats. So you get the budget book, you get the SACS reporting structure account. You also provide it in a CD format for people that want to take it with us and put it into a CD. We'd give that to them also. 5.5, page 7. If you look at the superintendent will develop a budget that assures fiscal soundness in future years. Well, that's evidenced by a number of items, and one happens to be the 2% economic reserve balance that we have for fiscal years 9-10, 10-11, 11-12. That reflects an available ending fund balance sufficient to cover the 2% reserve for economic uncertainties and an amount at least equal to the restricted fund balance designations. So it's my opinion that we're in compliance with that area. I can keep going through each page like that, but you folks can read that as well. So would you like me to take questions now, or how would you like to do that, President Jackson?
Board member comments, Mr. DeBeck and Dr. Evans.
Okay, let's go to 5.1. I don't know what page it is. I just got
page 3?
5.1. It's page 3, I think. Okay, I don't disagree with your statements. What I don't have real faith is that we actually did what we say in the 5.1 itself. It says, understand the relationship between the budget and the results, priorities, and any operational expectation goals. I do not remember any cross-reference or any kind of reference within the budget to the operational goals that the funds went to. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just using what my memory is, and I can't remember that. I can remember and have here even some of the items that were negotiable that don't show the relationship between the operational goals and those negotiable items. So in this particular case, 5.1, I would say it was not in compliance with, and then I have to say the noted exceptions is the cross reference to operational expectations and results is not part of what I understood. I saw the names of programs and the amounts of money, but I did not see any results related to it at all.
And Mr. DeBeck, I think you have a valid point there.
Okay, let me move on because
sure.
I'm going to run out of time. They kill me every time. So now we go to 5.3. All right.
5.3 is page 5.
Yeah, I'm rolling it down. 5.3. Budget at a minimum shows the amount budgeted and spent in each budget category for the most recent complete fiscal year, the amount budgeted and percentage spent to date for each category for the current year, and the amount funded for the next fiscal year. I don't believe that we have an amount for the fiscal year that we're about to set a budget for that was in the last reports. The only thing was we assumed that we would cut a whole bunch of programs, but we did not put in the amount we'd spend for instructional salaries or a lot of things. So I'm saying the only part of it is the last part, the amount budgeted for the next fiscal year. I'm going to skip ahead because I don't want to waste a lot of time. You can answer all of them at once. Okay, so now we just beeped anyway. 5.4, is it? Yeah. The budget discloses a range of budget planning assumptions. I do not believe that we saw a range of assumptions. I believe we saw a set of assumptions, but I don't believe we saw a range of assumptions. We didn't see a high-end enrollment figure. We didn't see a what if the state cuts this. We also didn't see any assumptions about whether or not we're going to get not impact aid, but federal bailout dollars. We just used them, but
Okay.
we didn't disclose the assumptions.
Okay, Dr. Evans, please.
So we're not in compliance in those three items.
Okay, I just wanted to comment also on 5.3. And first of all, we've discussed this whole issue of being in compliance and not in compliance is very black and white, and we're obviously working on this together. And this is as much the board responsibility as it is of Mr. Macias and everybody else to kind of get up to speed on this. But where I think, and also since we adopted since this was originally done, we've modified a little in the new ones that we just approved tonight. So obviously that's not there. But there is within this one part of that, which is the amount budgeted and percentage spent to date for each category for the current fiscal year. Now, we do not have that yet. And I'm not saying it's reasonable that we would have it because of everything we've gone through and just trying to change the system to get up to speed. But that's one area it looks like we're continuing to work on. It's where we can have the amount budgeted, so we could say on September 29th we have spent 11% of the transportation budget for the year and so forth. That we're not at that point yet, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And I'm not saying you could have been. I'm just saying we're not where we want to be. Right?
Yep, that's true.
Okay.
Ms. Barrera, please.
Yeah, I think part of what we might need to add, to this is a section where when we think about financial planning, we think about budget planning. So where we sit now and we think about budget planning for 2010-11, what we've all been talking about is that budget planning actually has to begin now, so that these questions of monitoring, which you could describe as financial management, monitoring how we're doing on the 9-10 budget that we just approved, but it has a planning function because how we do in this current fiscal year, 9-10, affects the position that we're going to be in for the 10-11 year.
Yep.
So these issues of getting, these sort of what we're working towards, monthly, budget versus actuals, and regular, when we think about sort of, bringing a range of options, to the table for 10-11, part of those options include looking at how we can actually save money, go under budget, for the current year. So these concepts of, of getting regular information, starting early in the current fiscal year, because that affects our planning for the next fiscal year, seems to be something that's we might want to add to this report.
So current year budget monitoring.
Yeah.
So what is the board's pleasure with this report? Right now it says it's in compliance. Is there a motion?
Not in compliance with noted exceptions.
not in compliance with noted exception.
Or whatever that
Right, for example, on 5.3.
In compliance with noted exception.
Yeah.
There isn't any category like I stated, so
Right.
that'll work.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So,
In compliance.
can I get a second for that motion?
I second. Or
Okay,
third.
any more discussion? All right, okay, board members, please vote. Passes 4-0.
So that was in compliance with noted exceptions, correct?
Yes. Thank you very much, James, for your work.
Yeah. Sure. I think I'm
good
on
job
this as well.
President Jackson, I
Yes.
think one thing to note here for James, we will have to try and connect those results priorities in the OEs you just adopted.
Right.
That will be the area that we're going to have to work on and get feedback across the staff and from yourself. So.
Yes.
And Mr. Koba, if I could just talk about that a little bit. So what that really means, though, is that I have to, have the ability to work with the operational people, the people who spend the money,
Yes.
and make sure that they help me connect the dots to, if I'm spending $1, what was the results for that?
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, HO3, Mr. Kober, James?
I think this is the budget update. Is that correct, Cheryl?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Superintendent Koba wanted me to give you just a real quick overview with a few slides talking about kind of a budget update. So I'll wait till the monitor comes on for us.
It's tired.
I've got it.
I think we have it.
We've got it here.
You got it? Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
If you just want to take a quick look at slide 2, which is the overview. Just going to talk about the June 23rd budget adoption, how we've got through that, the July 28th state of budget adoption, our unaudited actual report that we submitted to you folks and that you approved back on September 8th, California Department of Finance, kind of a September 2009 update based on August data, FICMAT highlight, and then our proposed board workshops and a calendar of getting this to the first and second interim. So if you look at slide 3, it's titled 2009 District Budget Adoption. So as you'll remember, for 0809, we balanced the mid-year reductions of about $46.1 million worth. In 910, we balanced the 2009-10 budget with a little over $90 million of cuts or reductions. So that got us in 0809 and 910 to a balanced, proper budget. If you recall, in 2010-11, the out-year projections, pardon me, when we met with you, we projected that you need to cut $64 million and that'll balance 10-11. But if you remove $84 million or reduce by $84 million, that will balance 11-12. That action did occur. That did happen.
Yeah, but we didn't show the reductions in the accounts that that $84 million affected. So that, in other words, what we did is it said we captured $84 million, and that's what we are going to use to balance the shortfall, which is a bottom line adjustment. But the line items were not corrected by the amounts that would have taken to get the $84 million. That's the difference between what the other report was talking about and this. So we basically said, okay, we balanced the budget. Here's a list of all the things we might cut in order to balance the budget.
Yeah, right. What we did is we communicated with
and we never indicated what that would do to the budget.
We communicated with the County Office of Education on that, and what we provided to them was a list of all the cuts, and they said any adjustments you make into the PeopleSoft General Ledger, you'll do that during the first interim process.
Yeah.
That amount comes to $84 million.
I'm going back to the operational expectation, which is the line items will be adjusted.
Okay.
That's what the budget line item said.
Yeah.
Operational expectation said that each year the expenditures would show, and even the last year the amount in the different expenditure categories would show the results of the cuts.
Yeah, but
that didn't happen.
Yeah, it happens if you look at the schedules, the financial schedules, the letter schedules. You'll see where if we had a cut that had to do with utilities, you'll see utilities go down from one year to the next.
But you didn't cut the payroll for the OSAL program. You didn't cut the payroll for the other. In other words, all those non-negotiable cuts that we had on the list to get us the numbers we needed to give to the county was not a part of the report, other than the fact that we were going to cut those potentially. And see, the operation expectation said that the line items would be the same there would be information on all the lines for each of the accounts for 3 years. That wasn't true.
Well,
Unless we never got it, but the county did.
Yeah, well, I would say that was provided to us in the SACS reporting account that we submitted to the County Office of Education.
Okay, then also said the board would understand it, which obviously I didn't.
Gotcha.
They all did, I guess.
So thank you, Mr. Dweck, for that. Emergent growth and district programs, another one of the things that we're looking at are items that in 2009-10 that could drive additional cost into the budget. So, for instance, the Mandarin Chinese program, that's an item that could be driving additional costs into the budget that would throw it off balance. Another item would be the requirements for H1N1. So we've bought some masks that we needed to have for staff. We've also bought a hand sanitizer. So if we look back at the 9-10 budget, those items were in there. So what we're doing is closely trying to monitor items that would be on top of what was approved in the 2009-10 budget. If you go to the next, I got it now. Okay. Quickly on 2008-09, one of the things that you saw, if you look deeply into the unaudited actual report, you would see where we got an increase of $24 million into the school district. What happened from a timing perspective is about June 28th, 29th, 30th, the state of California didn't have the opportunity to withhold the monies for us. It got adjusted because the deficit factor went from 11.4 to 7.8%. That gave the school district an additional $24 million that was unanticipated. So it wasn't anything the district did. It was the state of California made this adjustment. But they're pretty crafty at the state of California level because they fixed that in 2009-10, because now what they've done is they've given us a one-time ADA revenue limit reduction. That amount is the number of ADA times about $500 and some dollars. That equals about $28.2 million less that they've taken away from us. So gave us 24, took back $28 million that they're not going to give to us. Additionally, based on the lawsuit that I think Mr. DeBeck had mentioned before for QEIA or QEIA, they have to give us up to $4 million, which there it's 3.8, because that's a lawsuit that they have to pay off local education agencies. But what they've also done as well is they've offset the $3.8 million by giving us an additional revenue limit reduction to the value of about $3.8 million. So they cut us by 28.2 one time this fiscal year. They've also reduced us by another 3.8, even though they gave us the 3.8 for the QEIA funding. You got to remember, the state of California, their problem is cash, and their other problem is managing their general fund unrestricted issues. So what they're doing is they're passing some of those issues onto the school districts. The district can apply for Title I School Improvement Program funds, so we can go ahead and apply for some funding to kind of backfill the 3.8. So we're in the process of investigating how we do that. We also got an initial reduction of about 65% was talked about at the state level. They only reduced by 20%. That got us back to about $1.4 million for our home-to-school transportation. So we got an additional $1.4 million back to us. July 28th, 2009 state budget adoption, they've given us some flexibility, right? So one of the things that we can do with flexibility is the sale of surplus property proceeds. We can now use some of those assets for one-time general fund purposes. So for the prior board members, you'll remember the sale of the Copley facility. Well, that sale gave us about $23 million, of which we still have those dollars for us. Keep in mind, though, we're using about $7.4 million of those dollars for the bus purchases. Remember how we brought transportation services back in-house? We needed to buy buses. Well, based on the flexibility, we can use those dollar amounts. Let me get the right dollar amount to make sure.
It doesn't matter when we sold the property?
That's what we're looking at as well, to make sure.
Because we sold it far before the 2009 state budget. So was it retroactive that anything you sold, you could capture that money?
Yeah, we're working with Department of Finance to make sure we understand the rule of how we can use it and how far back we can use it. That was about $7.4 million for transportation. The other thing they've done is they've eliminated the requirement for restricted routine maintenance. They had previously in 2007, 2008, and prior years, we were required to take 3% of our general fund restricted and unrestricted expenditures and apply that to restricted routine maintenance. They've relaxed that rule. They relaxed it in 2008-09, and that rule is relaxed through 2012-13. So we no longer have to essentially...
But prudent... operation of your school district doesn't mean you save on leaky roofs so you can pay salaries.
I think that would be it.
But even the books will be lost if the roof leaks, and all those fancy boards we got are going to go shorting out and sparking if we don't keep the maintenance up on our real estate. So whether they give us 3% or not, we ought to understand that if we take away from our maintenance, that we're shooting ourselves in the foot.
I definitely think that, Mr. DeBeck, you have some legitimacy there when you say if we take the monies that total flexibility and we use that for general fund unrestricted, you are going to cause problems district-wide later down the road, and it could impact our infrastructure. I think you have a valid point.
John, let's let him finish the report, and then we'll do our comments when he gets done.
Thanks.
Please finish with the report.
I won't say anything. Just
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay. The other thing they've done that I don't recommend is they've reduced the normal required reserve for economic uncertainties amount. So we can essentially this year, I'm going to call it spend down our economic reserve, which is about $22.6 million for this year, by about a third. That would be about $7.5 million approximately. The issue there that we have, though, is that before we finish the fiscal year, we'd have to give back or kind of pay back to the reserve at least about $2.5 million. So I don't know what a viable option that is, because we already have to make sure we kind of start getting the reserve balance back up to what the normal prescribed amount is of 2%.
Which is where we're at now, though.
That's correct.
Yeah.
We're at 2% right now. The other thing to keep in mind is that when we talked to the County Office of Education last year with Dr. Ward and Laura Duzick, they were debating back and forth if they were going to accept our budget submission by us using that flexibility with the economic reserve balance. So from what I remember, they were saying, we're not going to let you do that. So just want to keep that in mind as a point of reference. September 9th, we submitted the unaudited actual report, which you folks approved on September 8th. So they've submitted that. It normally takes a little bit of time for them to get back to us with any questions they might have or adjustments. About 4 to 6 weeks is the normal time frame. FCMAT finding, if you remember the draft report that I think Dr. Greer had submitted to you folks and to also the cabinet team, a couple issues that they have there. If you remember, if we go back a couple of slides, this slide here that talks about the elimination of the required restricted routine maintenance contribution. Like I said, last year they relaxed that rule in 2008 and 2009, and that rule's relaxed through 2012-13. So what FCMAT's talking about is actions that may have taken place in 2007-08 and prior that were pre-James as the CFO. So what they're really talking about here is, do they really think that we've managed applying the 3% restricted account balance in the general fund applicable? What had happened with the school district is traditionally they have, or historically they had contributed about $15 million. If you look at our general fund today, it's about $1.2 billion. If you multiply that times 3%, that's about $36 million. And so what they have done is, in the past, they've taken that amount of $36 million and they've said, we can give at least $15 million or almost half of it and contribute it from the general fund unrestricted. They set up an account in general fund restricted, applied $15 million of general fund unrestricted revenue to that to essentially accommodate that fix. And then they also, based on legitimate capital outlay expenses, associated costs were funded by State School Facilities Fund. So they're really saying from a FCMAT perspective is the use of what we call savings, how did we really use that? Did we use it appropriately? And then also the second bullet point talks about the inter-program services account, which is the account that's established in the general fund, tagged as restricted, where we put the $15 million, and then other expenses go to state school facilities. So it's those two items that they talk about. Like I said a second ago, if I look at numbers today, that's about $36 million. If I look at numbers a couple years ago, it's probably between $30 and $32 million. What we've prepared, though, is I have about a 50-page document that takes us back to when the practice started, how it started, the actions that were approved by the Board of Education, because they did that with approval from the board. They didn't just go out and do that from a finance perspective. They've also got emails that communicate back and forth with OPSC stating, yes, we agree with those practices. They've also had external auditors confirm that and agree with that. Additionally, several years ago, about 2006, they went out for a a legal opinion, and they got a legal opinion confirming the way they've been practicing the methodology is legitimate and they can continue that usage. So Mr. Koba and I are planning on sometime here in October traveling up to OPSC with FCMAT to make sure they fully understand how we've used that and also how we need to manage this going forward and what kind of implications that might have for us. I can't tell you what that is right now. When I look at all the documentation based on everything I've read, looks like all the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed. What you have here is a difference of opinion, I think. As an example, if you remember back, FCMAT said we can go ahead and take our accumulated interest in our developer fee fund. That was $5.6 million. They said we can take that $5.6 million and we can transfer that to general fund unrestricted. I'm not sure if you remember that exactly, but that was a FCMAT recommendation. So in the 9-10 budget, we went ahead and implemented that. Working with our legal office and also with our bond counsel, they've come back and said, you can't do that. And so what we've had to do based on their recommendation is in the first interim, we'll have to reverse out that $5.6 million because they're saying, no, you can't, legitimately you can't do that. We were told that districts across California had done that exact transaction that they talked about, and that's why we did it. So FCMAT recommended one item. The legal opinions come back and said, no, you can't do that. So that's kind of where we're at with the restricted routine maintenance right now. Also, Superintendent Koba has proposed that we schedule workshops for October, November, December. If my memory's right, we have an October 20th budget workshop scheduled, so that will be one of the first of many, I think. What's going to be a little bit different from last year is Bill would like to see, I think, from direction from you folks, is a lot of community outreach meetings. So we'll need to work with Bill and also Cheryl to schedule, where we're at in the community. We're going to actually hold those discussions and hold those meetings. Just as a point of reference for us, our first interim report is due to the County Office of Education December 8th. The information that will be included in there is our July 1, 2009 through October 31st, 2009 information. So they're not going to take the full fiscal year, they're going to take part of the fiscal year. Once we get into 2010, the second interim financial report, that's due March 15th to the board, to the county office. And that data will contain July 1, 2009 information through about January 30th, January 31st, 2010 information.
Plus the projections for the 2011.
I'm sorry?
Plus the projections.
Absolutely.
For the
Plus the out-year projections.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That was the information update. We thank you for that.
Okay, so for just general question. Mm-hmm. It appears that what I learned a long time ago seems to be holding. That is, if you have capital funds and you let's say you raise funds for a special purpose like bond issue for facilities and maintenance, that you can take the interest that you generate for the money that you sold the bonds for the same purpose that the bond was sold for. But you can't take the funds and switch it over to general operating funds because the interest on it was a special fund, and you can't switch the interest on a special fund to a general fund. Wrong or right?
No, I think you're correct in that.
All right. So then that would be true of any kind of district special funds. If you had a surplus in cafeteria operating funds and you were generating interest, that was a special fund in the first place, therefore the money should be used, the interest gain should be used to support the fund that generated the interest.
In most cases, the interest earned will travel with the fund.
Okay, so then the issue is, as soon as you start getting flexibility, who do you listen to about what's right? Somebody will give you an opinion that says, yeah, other districts do it, but that doesn't mean it's right. Somebody will you can go to a lawyer and get 3 different answers for almost every question you ask. So then you got the same question, is it illegal to do it? You better get more than one opinion. Because that's an assumption, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. And I think what we need to do, if we're going to be fiscally accountable, is when we get our assumptions about how we use funds or the permission that somebody says you can do this, that we ought to be very careful about whether we follow that direction. And that would include the sale of property, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. One of the things, so you know,
get really edgy about selling a piece of school property and then turning it around and converting it into operational funds. I can't buy that. Maybe I'll have to someday, but I really am uncomfortable with that because it violates all the things I learned about school finance.
Mrs. Nakamura, please.
Can I just give a quick comment for that? So you'll know in just one area, one of the things that they did last year is they said you're going to sweep all your Tier 3 restricted resources and you're going to push them all to general fund unrestricted. Well, one of the things that I asked the finance team to do is that I want to make sure they track all those balances they swept over with the extra kind of a resource code. So 5 years down the road, when they come back to us to say what happened and how did you spend all those dollars that are now unrestricted, we'll have an audit trail back saying for all the 25, 40, 50 different resources that were restricted that got flexibility, I'll be able to track back to essentially that information. So we are putting some of those controls in place.
National Science Foundation stuck it to us for about $10 million once because we decided to use our own discretion.
I agree with you. One of the things, now to talk about NSF, one of the things that I have done is I work with Art Pelkowitz to design a control process that either the deputy superintendent has to sign off on now or the CFO has to sign off on. And there's monitoring progress on an ongoing basis with NSF.
Mrs. Nakamura, please.
Yeah, Mr. Macias, I'm sorry I had to leave the room momentarily, and so if you've already covered this, I apologize. But one of the concerns, and I'm not seeing this in our operational expectations, which may be a deficit on our part, and I'm going back an item I know, but you are indeed the same person, is the concern, an ongoing concern that I've had and shared with you for some time regarding the not only the budget book, which thank you very much, you're right, that is a passion of mine, as you know, but also the actual budgets that our principals and that our people have to work with, and this translation of these account codes into language. We need to probably put this in the operational expectations because I consider that part of financial planning. It may be stashed someplace else, but I'd like to know, if you can, what kind of progress we've made in redeveloping those forms and working, I would assume, with Mr. Lagase, that would be a key element, what kind of progress we've made. Because right now the budget formats that principals get are not intelligible to the principals, much less anyone else.
As you know, about two board meetings ago, maybe 3, you folks approved the purchase of a site-based budgeting tool system application, and also you approved a fiscal insight tool. So I just sent another email to Ms. Ward asking when we're going to have time on your calendars, the whole board, to walk you through a live demo of the fiscal insight tool, what it'll do, its capabilities, and also the site-based budgeting tool. So the site-based budgeting tool will do exactly what you're describing. It'll put it in layman's terms by resource, so if it's a certificated salary, classified salary, hourly pay. It'll also walk you through the different funding sources that are applicable to those expense items, and it'll also show you the number of FTE. It's a very comprehensive program where you can take the school site out, the school plan that they develop at the school council. You can incorporate the program monitoring information, and it's in a one-stop shop where you'll be able to see the entire budget, school sites and operating departments at a glance. So I think that will take care of the issue of our problem on the accounting side is how do you translate the SACS accounting code structure to a layman person.
Okay.
The site-based budgeting tool will help accommodate that.
Okay. I know that we've discussed this when we've done operational expectations, but it's not captured here where we've talked about these budgets. So I suggest that we find a place for that so that we can mark Mr. Macias in compliance when the time comes around.
It's in our revised one.
It's in the revised one?
Yeah, so while you were gone, Ms. Nakamura, they approved it 4-0, and they approved it...
Could you add a fifth to that?
With noted exceptions.
Okay.
So in compliance with noted exceptions.
No, what I meant was not in compliance, but with regard to these budget items, perhaps this particular, it's in the revised?
Right.
So for next year...
about budget lines.
Okay, because I thought we had talked about it, and but it wouldn't have been fair.
It's the one that was just approved tonight, so it's not on your screen.
Okay.
Ms. Barrera, please.
2 issues, James. Do we have any new clarity? Are we hearing any new news on a second round of stabilization funds from the federal government?
Yeah, I normally call the Department of Finance on that issue one time a month. And my guess is we're not going to get the second phase of stabilization dollars. They won't come out and actually tell me that. One of the things that we kind of glanced over a little bit, let me just go to the slide real quick if I still have it up. Let's see. It's not in there.
Give me a page number. I got it with me.
Let's see if it's there.
No.
Nope, it's not there.
Bad meat.
So what I had added is, if you look at the state of California, they aren't projecting maybe as good as we think they should or we would like them to. So on a slide that I have here, let me just take a quick glance at it. One of the things that I monitor on a very frequent basis is stuff coming out of the Department of Finance and the State Controller's Office. Department of Finance puts out on a monthly basis a finance bulletin. It's always a month in arrears, so if I look at it September, it's essentially going back from August backwards. So just a couple of line items, if you look at that and think about that. So evidently they're not perfect in projecting their revenues, and they haven't been for quite a while now. So personal income tax revenues to the general fund were $83 million below the month's forecast. Sales and use tax receipts were $173 million below the forecast. Corporate tax revenue was actually $17 million above, and revenues from insurance tax were $109 million below the month's estimate of $375 million. When I also talked to our financial advisor, and our financial advisor, Mark Young, does a lot of work up and down the state of California, one of the things that they look at is the UCLA economic forecast, but also based on the work they do with the LA ports, they've noticed last month, year-over-year container shipments, meaning product from China coming to the United States from the year before to this year, is down 17%. So all that information, if I had a crystal ball, leads me to believe they might be thinking about mid-year cuts for local education agencies.
Yeah, but the question I was asking was about a second round of stimulus stabilization funds.
Yeah, the stabilization dollars, I have checked with Jeannie Orpeza, the budget manager for Department of Finance for K-12 education, and no, she says at this point in time they are not planning on doing anything with the stabilization dollar. It's still on their tickler. I think they still have the money. They haven't told me they don't, but they haven't talked about when and if they'll distribute it.
So who's the they?
It's Jeannie and the Department of Finance.
So yeah, but let me just understand what you're saying. So are you saying that the state has received a second round of stabilization funds?
No, I'm not saying the state has received the second round. What they're saying that if they receive the second round of stabilization dollars, will they be able to pass that along to local education agencies?
Well, they kind of have to, don't they? Isn't that the purpose of them?
Well, I mean, you think about what they did with the one-time $28 million hit to us, right? They took a one-time ADA revenue limit reduction, right? So what you and I would think, don't they have to do that?
Okay, so it seems like, and it relates to my second question, which is, we need to, like we did last year, we need to start developing, issues that we need to bring to, our state delegation, to lobby for us in Sacramento. So if, in fact, the federal government is giving a second round of stabilization for schools to the state, and the state's holding it, we need to know that, and we need to push. And then the second issue, related to that is, can we begin to develop, like we did last year, a list of ideas for additional categorical flexibility that the state has not approved yet, but because we're facing yet another fiscal crisis that we would lobby for?
Yeah, we can do that. One of the issues we'll have is that we don't really necessarily would have the remaining balances like in our Tier 1 and Tier 2s or carryover balances that account for that. Yeah. If you look at our financial schedules and look at the restricted grant carryover, a lot of those dollars are already tied to expenditures, and a lot of those expenditures are tied to employee-related costs.
Mm-hmm. But the stimulus dollars are federal dollars, and the state currently is not eligible for them.
Depends which kind you're talking about, Mr.
And so then the question is, if we lobby the state about if they get it, we ought to be lobbying the federal government about changing the rules.
Well, a couple things that happen for us.
They're not going to do it.
It's a different issue.
So based on the American Recovery Reinvestment Act, the ARA monies, they gave us two forms of funding. One form was in stabilization money, which was directly sent to states for them to essentially kind of use like general fund unrestricted dollars. Yeah. We did get revenue in that case. The other thing they've done is given us revenue in Title I and IDEA and a couple other items. So Title I still has the normal federal restrictions there. We can't take those dollars and apply them to general fund unrestricted because the same rules still apply.
I think Mr. DeBeck might be talking about the race to the top funds.
Yeah, well,
right. Okay. The race to the top funds, they do.
And they were put on a condition of certain things happening, which the state wasn't willing to do.
Okay.
Because it's a state law.
Anything else? This was just a briefing. Thank you very much, Mr. Macias.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Just to close this one out, I wanted to make sure we put this in front of the board. I appreciate what James did tonight to kind of walk you through quickly. Yes. We'll schedule with Cheryl so you can see the demo of the good work they've done. Yes. We are going to go forward with the workshop and with the community outreach plan. So this is all focused on doing things now.
We understand. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to item I, which is consent agenda. We do have 3 speakers. I'll do the speakers first. After the speakers have done, board members can pull any ones that we'll talk about that after that. We have Leo Carrillo, Andrea Guerrero, and I think this is Tobias Swans.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Guerrero, and I'm the chair of the Education Consortium, which is a consortium of some 30 organizations. We've been before you before. I'm here to urge your approval of the budget allocation for EdTrust West. We think that this is an important opportunity to fulfill the board's commitment to provide A through G coursework to all students beginning with next year's 9th graders. We know of EdTrust West's work, and it is good work. It is high-quality work. EdTrust West is a nonprofit organization that partners with districts to assess the obstacles for providing A through G to all students and helps districts to create a roadmap for removing obstacles and providing support for students and teachers. It focuses on issues of equity and does excellent work. It's unique in the work that it does. There is no other organization that we are aware of that does this kind of work, and it has assisted 9 other school districts in the state of California to move down the path that the district has committed to travel. These districts include Carlsbad and San Marcos in the San Diego County area, as well as San Francisco, Ventura, Oakland, and Los Angeles. This would be a certain step to fulfilling the commitment of the board. My understanding is that the district does not have the expertise in-house to get this done. If the district has the opportunity to partner with EdTrust West, we urge you to do so. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Leo Carrillo. I'm also with the Education Consortium of San Diego. And in June, the district made a commitment to provide A through G for all students to prepare them all for college and a career. We haven't seen a follow-through with this work, and so we're here. We'd like to see the district follow through with the commitment they made to provide this for all students. So we strongly urge you to approve this budget allocation to move us forward with this crucial work and to provide all students with this crucial and necessary education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tobias Schwartz at 4878 Cape May Avenue, 92107. I'm a counselor at Mission Bay High School, and I'm also the high school representative on the Counseling Guidance Governance team. And I'm here to request you to consider the Naviance program. I've been in extensive talks with IT and student accountability the last couple of years. I'm one of those people who's really excited about the academic history module coming out. And basically, we need Naviance to do the counseling aspect of our job. We need it to do the career aspects. We need it to do the college aspects. I'm going to spend hundreds of hours doing paperwork for my students that could be avoided by simply loading the data into the computer program. And on our site alone, we're looking at 1,000 hours of direct service we lose to students based on what we do on simple paperwork. And our job descriptions are almost as old as I am. My working environment hasn't changed much in the last couple of, since then. Now this year we're getting a new job description finally, and we're really hoping that we get the tools that we need to do our job. And so I'm here on behalf of the counselors on my site and those I represent on the governance team, requesting you consider that, get the program, and if we can, let's get it so our seniors can use it and use the program to get into the colleges and use it to advocate for themselves and empower themselves with their plans and their goals that they'll have in front of them, instead of coming to us and us pulling out a piece of paper that we've hand filled out for the last years, and different counselors in different situations. And let's give our students the power to look at that for themselves and show their parents and show how far they are in completion to meeting their goals. Thank you.
Thank you. The action by the board for items for Section I, Superintendent Consent Agenda, at this time means all items appearing in this section will be adopted at a single motion, unless one of the members of the board requests any item to be removed. Additional items I-10, I-23, and I-46 were withdrawn. Ms. Ward, are there any other ones that have been withdrawn from the consent agenda?
There's one other item. Staff has requested to withdraw item I-30.
I-30. Okay. Does any board member wish to remove any items from the consent agenda?
I'm trying to see. There's something here that I was concerned about.
Okay,
because I thought we did. I don't want to pull it. I just like to talk about it.
Okay.
It's 36, I-36.
I-36. Okay. Anyone else? I have I-06 and I-20.
Why was the Jacobs Center pulled? Why did staff pull that?
Is it room
was
here?
It, I believe Mr. Ramanathan left.
I take back my 36. I got it. I figured it out.
Okay.
Arun had to leave because he was not feeling well, and because of that, he wanted to go ahead and pull it until the next board meeting so that he would be here to
defend
talk.
it. Okay. All right.
In case it was pulled.
Any other items to be pulled?
You said you're pulling 20.
I'm pulling 6 and 20. Okay.
6. Okay, let's go back. 6.
Okay. Since there's no other ones being pulled, is there a motion for the rest of them, please?
So moved. Move
Moved
approval.
in second.
Second.
Okay. Please vote on all the agenda items except for I-06 and I-20. Mr. DeBeck, please vote.
Oh, what is it? Oh, all the others?
All the others.
Yeah, everything
Okay.
except 6 and 20.
Okay, that passes 5-0. There's a couple of items on I-06. I have a hard time with this. I know that we want to make our positions in the district competitive, but this is increasing some salaries from some people in some areas. While I know these are hard to fill areas, I also know that there's a lot of people out of work in other areas that would be able to come to work, so I can't support at this time anything that's going to put any more on our budget.
Okay.
But anybody, you guys can move it forward.
I want to talk to it.
Again.
The whole arena of occupational therapy and physical therapy is a shortage occupation, even in the hospital arena. And if we're going to attract people to do this kind of work, I think we're going to have to do something about increasing the salaries, which I think this is probably still low for the occupation, for the same trades in hospitals locally. So, I personally don't think we should reject this. I think it's a competitive recruiting tool to offer not only work with children, which is an advantage for an occupational therapist and a physical therapist because they don't always get to work with children. And also, I think these salaries are not out of line because if you look at the training for a physical therapist, it's usually a master's degree plus, and this is only $56,000. For specialists is $75,000, which would be a supervisory kind of position. Both, I think, very low for the market.
Dr. Evans, please.
Yeah, rather than commenting on the salaries specifically, the reason that I understood that this was brought up before was to bring more of the work in-house, and that it costs significantly more to contract outside to have this work done. That the difference between, there's the current salaries and then there's the outside contract, and we're kind of meeting in the middle, seems to me to save money. So, even though I don't like giving increases at this time, if it's going to overall save us money, and I guess I would just like that to be confirmed by staff that that's what this would do. I mean, that we could kind of look at what the savings would be, because we're just talking about the spending, not the saving.
Well, the savings are clear.
Right.
It's on fiscal impact.
The plan is that we would take the money that's in the contracted that we're spending on vendors, and we would shift that over to pay for the employees. It'll take us a while to do that, but we're hoping with the new salary schedule that we would draw more district employees.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. You're right. It is listed here, the amount that's saved. Okay, thank you.
Susan, we did this about 2 years ago with another occupation within special ed, and then we did get the savings because we went away from the contracts. I just don't remember the series that we did.
Well, with our speech and language pathologist and our psychologist,
that was it.
Once we got those differentiated pay schedules, we were able to fill those with district employees and save quite a bit of money.
Okay, Mr. Barrera?
I move approval.
But I just want one more question before you go there. For director and counseling, I mean, we had met today, and already we're going to abolish program manager and have a director. Where I guess Dan is not here tonight to talk about that. That was part of this whole package. There was some other positions there that have salary increases.
Right. Mr. Barrera, do you still move approval? I second. Okay, so call the question.
Okay. It passes 4-1. Okay. The other item, I-20, while I support A through G, I cannot support the amount of money being requested from general funds at this time. I think we have to find a hybrid way to get the audit work done, because once the audit work is done, we're going to have to implement what we find in the audit, which is going to cost us some additional funding. And so you had said no, so is that true?
Actually, this entire contract includes an audit and also them working with us in terms of the implementation plan. There could possibly be some additional cost in terms of providing foreign language at K-8 schools that currently is not there. But in terms of the actual implementation and getting to that point, this contract does include that.
But that was my concern, because the original conversation that we had with the consortium was that we would do an audit and then the district would implement that audit. And what I said then, and I'll say it again now, is that it's like we are paying twice. We're paying for people to tell us what we're doing wrong, and then we're paying to fix it. And in this budget arena that we are in right now, I just can't see doing both. There has to be some kind of give and take, some kind of hybrid system that can help us this amount of money for that short amount of time and that work, and then turn around. And once this audit is done, there's going to have to be more work done. We know that.
Ben?
Go right ahead.
Is there a list of courses that our curriculum book is pretty thick? Isn't there adequate list of courses within that curriculum book to satisfy all the A to G requirements in the first place?
You made a motion.
There are.
All right. Then the question is, if we have a policy that says the graduation requirements for the city schools involve meeting the A to G requirements, then what will happen doesn't require an audit. What it requires is that kids be placed in courses that meet the graduation requirements, which is what the responsibilities of school counselors includes. And in your master schedule, I think any school that's a high school would be hard-pressed to list courses that don't meet the A to G requirements and to keep those on despite the fact that we brought a policy, because what they'll end up with is they're not going to have anybody graduating because they don't meet the requirements. So for me, it's sort of like saying, we got the courses, put them in.
Well, part of what this audit does is it's an outside objective review of those obstacles that will not allow students to finish the A to G. Part of what they're doing is they're going to come in and they're going to audit approximately 2,500, 3,000 transcripts. They're going to meet with all the principals, and they're going to give us an objective point of view about what it is that we need to do as a district to make sure that we begin to. It's not just a matter of the
courses. Because the transcripts are things they've already taken, and we didn't set the policy until just recently. So then, if the policy had been set and the people follow it, the new sets of transcripts will include all the courses it takes to graduate. So then, why look back? That's what we already got criticized for, the fact that we didn't do it before, and that our curriculum was missing some of those. We could have arguments about whether they were there and they just didn't choose them, but what we decided was we're going to only offer A to G requirements. So that means that all future kids that graduate from our schools are going to take those courses, right? So then what's the problem?
We hope that that's what happens. The whole point of this contract, and you can either decide to do it or not to do it. I mean, the whole point of this contract is that we've set the 9th grade class for next September to begin to do this. In terms of expertise, that was a brain drain on this district. The number of people who might have been able to do this no longer in this district. We have manpower issues in terms of who has the time and the manpower to go in and do this. So I only point out to the fact that if you're going to stick to this timeline, which is 9th graders entering next year, you're going to have some help in terms of how do you get to this implementation process. Now, the board could say, well, we're going to postpone for a year. I mean, San Francisco's been postponing for 2 years now, 3 years. But the bottom line, I think, is this board, his intent was, let's get this process in place, let's get it moving, and we're not asking for additional funding. We actually have, this funding is part of money. We had actually allocated about $800 and some thousand per MAP. So we had about 60 schools because we were anticipating maybe all the schools wanted to do that. Well, they didn't. So we actually have money that is funded. Could we not do that and save that money? The answer is yes. But the fact is that at this point in time, the only money this district has to move forward in many cases for instruction and improvement are federal dollars. So this is an opportunity to do this. That is really your choice, and we wanted to bring it forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult decision because we are in a situation where every opportunity to save money we've got to be looking at. However, I think our commitment to move towards an A to G strategy is one of the most important commitments that we're making for our students, and I don't believe that if we don't follow through with this, I think we're not going to be implementing that in the next year, and I think we're going to delay this I think we're going to delay to the point that it will be very unclear at what point we actually, follow through and pursue this. I do want to ask the Education Consortium and all the partners that were part of the effort, to pass our policy to move towards an A to G strategy to help us raise the money to offset, some of the costs that we're making, because this is a real investment. In moving forward in a time of severe fiscal, constraints. However, I do think that we need to. There are some key decisions that we made last year, that we made in the spring, the A to G strategy, the biliteracy strategy, the movement towards individual growth, for all of our students, that I think, we have to move forward on those efforts, despite the fiscal situation, that we're in, and so that's why I support this.
Hey, Dr. Evans?
Yeah, I agree. It's a difficult situation. First of all, in terms of A to G, I strongly support it, and my first thought is just to close my eyes and not even look at the $300,000 and just approve it, because I think it's that important. But I remember when it came up about the... Is that 2 minutes? When it came up about the money for the Mandarin Chinese and so forth, which I think is a great thing, we approved money to spend on that we didn't have. And so at least I'm glad that Dr. Morris has answered the question in terms of where is this money coming from. It's coming from savings from the MAP testing program. So, I would have a hard time approving it if we didn't have the funds there somewhere and just say, let's just put it on the credit card. But
what are you doing?
But what I'm saying is, you think it's the credit card? Well, I still think there's this round figure of $300,000. I would still like the district, if possible, I don't know if this is reasonable, to look at some amending of that contract in terms of some of the work in-house and some of the work with them, if there's some way to save further money. Does that seem like a possibility?
We can go back and negotiate with them, and there is a possibility they can just come in and do the audit and not do the implementation work. If the board so chooses and they say, we will approve the contract up to a certain amount, but we expect you to go back and renegotiate. Now, I'm not sure the feasibility of that. I will say the consortium all along has been saying we would be willing to help. The problem that exists is, I won't go into the timelines about why we're bringing this to you now, is that we notify them and they just haven't had the time to go out and raise the funds. We actually thought the county office was going to be able to help do this for all the schools in the district, and that has actually not turned out to be the case. So that's the reason we're coming now.
Okay. Well, I was thinking about in terms of reduced cost, if there was, I think President Jackson referred to in terms of something hybrid where we're not just asking them for a shorter period of time or to take less money, but actually using some of our resources, if there's some way we can put some of our manpower or women power into that and to reduce the cost.
And we will be doing that in terms of, this isn't all their work. We're in the process of forming committees now with the representatives to proceed with the rest of the work.
Mrs. Nakamura, please.
And then
I waffled on the A to G, and the board was adamant, and I felt that I have to admit I admired the courageous concept of going ahead with this, and we knew it wasn't going to be easy, particularly in this budget environment. The problem with many of these types of crusades is that then we fail to fund them. And we say we should be doing this and we should be doing that, and then when it comes time to actually, pay for them, we balk and we don't. So I'm moving approval on this. And if we're going to do it, there's nothing worse. If you really believe in A to G, there would be nothing worse for the entire concept than to have it move forward and then have it fail utterly because we didn't give it the type of support that it needed. If we feel that we are leading in the state on this particular concept, then we should provide the support to do this in a way, particularly since we have this brain drain from the CERT. We should make sure that this is supported adequately so that it can be completed, because there's nothing. There's nothing. You could kill the spirit of this entire thing if San Francisco has, backed off on it for 2 or 3 years. Mm-hmm. That explains why they don't have it. So not really. So either walk the walk, or you're just talking the talk. So
well, let me comment to that, because let me say this. Only thing worse than not funding this now is funding this now and then realizing once the audit is done, you can't implement what you find. That's worse. And people keep saying we can find a couple of hundred here and a couple of hundred there. And I said this morning, and I'll keep saying this. We are almost $100 million short. That $100 million has to come from somewhere. And we keep passing things, whether it's Chinese, whether it's whatever, and I'm voting no. I'm going to keep voting no, because at the end of the day, we have a $100 million shortfall. Now, when we start saying that we can't do things at all, then people will say, well, why aren't you doing them? You promised us you were going to do them. Okay? You can't do things if you do not have the funding. I am not saying that we should not implement A through G. Not at all. But what I am saying is that we have to implement it in a smart way, in a way that if we have the courses already, then you can't tell me that the school sites can't look and see what courses that we have. We have so much IT work that we're doing right now. So there has to be some other way to get this done without saying we got to spend all of this money up front. What I said in the room then was that at least I'd be willing to pay half of it. But I'm not going to be willing to, we're shouldering everything. We're shouldering all the audit piece, and now we're going to have to, after that, shoulder all the implementation piece of it. You know what? We're $100 million short, people. And that doesn't mean that we don't support everything, whether it's AP, whether it's AG. I support all of those things. But at the end of the day, when we don't have any money, we're going to have to find a way to keep these items going. And it may just be our blood, sweat, and tears. And that's what it's going to take. And we might as well get ready for that right now. Mr. DeBeck, please.
Yeah, I said this was peanuts. It is in the realm of all of our money, but I agree with Sheila. And I'm going to... This is a perfect example of how stuff happens around here. What we get is somebody comes in and says, it's a good idea, motherhood and apple pie, do whatever this is, it's good for kids. Okay, and now to use A to G. Is it going to cost us any money? Oh, no. That never came up when we voted on it.
Oh, but we knew.
No, so what? And I'll go back to it. A lot of people work in the school district, and I can't remember in my whole career, which has been longer than just my time on the board, that when the graduation requirements were changed, it was a budget item. You know, the people that heard that from other boards, not this board, but heard that we're going to do Common Core or we're going to do a change in increasing the graduation requirements to include 3 years of science, which A to G doesn't. And those things we were told that was stuff we were going to do. And the administration had the capacity to do what the board passed. They didn't come in and say, well, if you pass that, we're going to have another $300,000 to do it. You know, we got a lot of people work here, and so we're changing some directions to them. If they can't do it, we got to hire other people to tell them how? Mm-hmm. Then why do we get the people on board? They're supposed to adapt to the board policies. And so I'm going to join you, Sheila. I'm not going to vote on this, and the reason is to leverage the idea that we've got enough people around to implement policies, and if we don't, maybe we ought to cut some people off and hire some more consortiums.
Okay, so I made a motion. Has anybody seconded it?
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
3-2.
Okay. That passes 3-2. We have public comments now. We have one person, I think, Shelley Kirk. Are you here? Okay. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for hearing me. Oh.
Everyone has something to say, so
yes.
I guess it's my turn, right? Yes. I'm representing Ocean Beach Elementary School. We just found out, actually, I dropped everything to come here tonight because we found out that we're going to lose one of our teachers. I know this is happening to schools everywhere, and I know that these schools have it's dramatic to everybody. But I want to tell you, our students are not a formula. We just miss this formula by an itty-bitty bit. And what it does to our smaller school, smaller but mighty school, is very dramatic indeed. We've got every grade, kindergarten through 4th, having combo classes. We have 7-year-olds that will have to be going into math classes of about 32 students. That's not good for education. It's not good for kids. And I know that is what we're all here for, are for children. And I know that's why everyone was sitting here. Everyone has a reason because they're caring about kids. And I'm here saying, I care about these kids. We are a Title I school. 1 out of every 2 children that go to our school gets a free or reduced lunch. Taking a full-time staff member, and they all have full classes, let me tell you. I have been working in all these classes. They are nice, big, full classes. This is dramatic to our school, and it doesn't meet the needs of our children. So I think what I'm trying to say is I'm imploring the board, please think deeply before you take our teachers away. Please think about each school. I know there's many schools that are going to feel sad about this, and I know that if you look deeply and think deeply about the schools and the actual effect at the particular school, I know we can make decisions that are really good for students. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say. And I had it all written down, but I just thought I'd speak from the heart. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
I'm trying to understand that. Don't go away, please.
Please come back.
I just have one single question. You describe a school that had combination classes in all grades.
They
that
will.
Would mean 160 kids if you had 5 teachers, because you'd have a combination K1, a 1-2, a 2-3, a 3-4, and a 4-5.
We don't go to 5. We're a Point Loma cluster school.
All right. Okay. So then you're 4. Then you're 4, but then that means your school's awful small, right?
We have about 350, so we're one of the smaller schools.
Right.
So it's very dramatic. The effects on our smaller schools are much more dramatic when you take one teacher away.
I got you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. We're going to recess. Board members be upstairs in 5 minutes. Good night, everyone. Thank you for staying.
I don't want to close it either.